Nice to have you. And as I always say, it's your parliament. You're always welcome to come and spend some time with us. And I notice your very nice uniforms, very well put together. So welcome to this sitting of the Senate at Gordon House. And of course, special welcome to the teachers and other members of staff who have accompanied the kids. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy this sitting today. No, it is not, perhaps not usual for us to pay any particular tribute beyond recognition for persons who have passed in the other house. But in view of the fact that Dr. Linval Bloomfield was a sitting member of Parliament, I thought it appropriate that this morning we pay a brief tribute to him in the usual way that we recognize our own Senate colleagues. And Dr. Bloomfield was the embodiment of quiet dignity, and he will be remembered for the kind and respectful manner in which he treated all that he met. During his 2 terms as Member of Parliament for Eastern Portland, Dr. Bloomfield was an active member of several parliamentary committees, including the Human Resource and Social Development Committee, the Ethics Committee, and the House Privileges Committee. He also represented the Parliament as a delegate to the 63rd Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Bangladesh in 2017. His 3 decades of service as a medical doctor and his tenure as a deacon in the Baptist Church are testaments to the fact of his willingness to give of himself to his country, and that desire to serve was not restricted to the political sphere. All of us are deeply saddened by Dr. Bloomfield's sudden and tragic passing, and I think I speak as well for the clerk and members of the House staff, the assistant clerks, and all the members of this Parliament who have had occasion to interact with Dr. Bloomfield. So, on behalf of the staff, clerk, assistant clerks, in fact, the Marshal was saying to me earlier on what a quiet and respectful man Dr. Bloomfield was. He will be missed, and I would extend to members of his family. I noted that he had quite a number of brothers and sisters, and we extend to his family the condolences of the Senate and trust that his soul will rest in peace. Senator Reid.
Thank you, President. I seek your permission to speak from a seat that's not my own. I join you in paying tribute to Mr. Dr. Linval Bloomfield, and I just want to also indicate that our Senate leader, Senator the Honorable Camina Johnson-Smith, unfortunately isn't here with us this morning, and so this is a joint tribute on our behalf. So, President, as you have said, it's really a very tragic situation. With a very heavy heart, I stand on behalf of all of us to pay tribute to the late Dr. Linval Bloomfield, Member of Parliament for Eastern Portland. He certainly was well known to most of us. Minister Johnson-Smith recalls some recent conversation that she had with him while they both attended Joint Select Committee meetings last year. She recalls he was clearly of a very thoughtful temperament and someone who cared deeply about people. From all reports and comments from his constituents and colleagues, he truly devoted his time to serving the people of his community and the people of Jamaica. whether it was through his work as a medical doctor, providing vital medical care to all those in his community, or whether it was through his representation of his constituency here in Parliament, Dr. Bloomfield answered the call to serve. His death, Mr. President, was not only a loss to his community and the party, but it stands as a stark reminder of the violence that pervades our society, and of which we all want to be rid of as a country so urgently. Mr. President, I must use this opportunity to condemn violence in any shape or form in this country, and particularly when it results in the loss of human life. I wish to add my voice to those who have asked that anyone having information regarding the senseless killing of Dr. Bloomfield to come forward and to contact the police. Help the justice system to work. If you're not sure who to speak to, call Crime Stop, as it is confidential and it works. I also beg of the public to refrain from inflammatory social media posts in this regard. From all accounts, it is certainly not the type of behavior that would have been sanctioned by Dr. Bloomfield himself. Mr. President, having said that, we want to once again say that Dr. Bloomfield's death is a loss to Jamaica and the Parliament, a loss to his community, his colleagues, his patients, his family and friends. And I certainly recall, as Minister of Education, I would have met Dr. Bloomfield on a number of occasions in Portland during several of our education stakeholder engagement forum. And yes, I do concur, he was gentle, kind, respectful, and cooperative. He certainly had the interests of his students at heart and his constituents at heart, as well as the overall development of Jamaica, land we love. So I again extend sincere condolences to his family, his friends, his colleagues from his party. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine on him.
Thank you, Minister Reid. Senator Scott Motley.
Mr. President, one famous poet, John Donne, once said, "Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for you." There is one thing that is certain in life, and that is death. But when we heard of Dr. Bloomfield's horrific murder, it seared us in a way that leaves scars on our psyche. You see, when you know the person, death impacts you in a far greater way. I got to know Dr. Bloomfield after sitting on a joint select committee with him, because I think it is well known how diligently he approached his work as a parliamentarian. I found him to be soft and gentle, of quiet demeanor, nothing about him aggressive or confrontational. In fact, you saw more the doctor side of him in how he interacted with his colleagues, kind, thoughtful, caring, and considerate, rather than a personality you would associate with a politician. But the people of East Portland loved him precisely because he served them. He served them willingly. I am told that everybody knew that he would never turn them away, money or no money. He put people first in a very real way. We are extremely saddened by his loss, but more saddened by the way that he died. the vicious attack that he had to endure. This from a man who might have been helping the very persons who attacked him that night. This from a man who might have nurtured, treated, and cared the very killers. And that is one of the ironies of life. But we will press on. We are going to be emboldened by his death. We are going to make it known that all of us have to come together. This is not a death that could have been avoided by a state of emergency. This is a death born out of the savagery of life. And if we truly care, we can put some things in place where we step across the aisle just to try and redeem Jamaica, to make Jamaica the country that it used to be, to make Jamaica the country it can be. And so I extend my condolences to his family, to his friends, to his colleagues in the parliament, and to his constituents in East Portland. I say, stay strong. He's with you, if it pleases you.
I'm going to ask you to stand for a moment, silence. I'm going to ask the clerk to write to his family in the usual form, and also, if you will be good enough, Madam Clerk, to copy the relevant section of the Hansard and have it sent to his family. Thank you. Statements by ministers. Senator Nye.
Mr. President, 2 Fridays ago, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade had undertaken to make a statement concerning Venezuela. Last Friday, the Minister was unable to have made that statement, and I take no issue with that, because she had attempted to make contact with me, but and in any event, I was in another jurisdiction, and she explained to the leader of opposition business why she could not then, and we understand. My inquiry today is whether or not the acting leader of government business is in a position to present that statement on her behalf, or alternatively, the Minister of State and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is able to do so and planning to do so. And if not, why not?
Thank you, Senator Knight. Minister Reid, would you respond to Senator Knight, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. I had discussion with the leader this morning. Fortunately, we are not in a position just yet. We are still, as was expressed last week, evaluating the matters, and so we expect that as soon as is possible, that a statement will be issued. But we're not in a position this morning to issue that statement.
I hear what the acting leader is saying, but some actions have been taken. Some decisions have been made if what is reported is correct. So that it is not that there is nothing to report to the Parliament. It is that nothing is being reported. It is a matter of importance to this country and this region. The region could be under some threat. The region could be hearing about regime change. The region could be hearing about interference in domestic affairs in a particular country. So we need to know Jamaica could possibly be a country where Venezuelans are seeking asylum status. Here, we need to know. There has to be some preparation. The society must know. The country must know what is the position of the government. And I'm deeply disappointed that we have been waiting so long for something to be said in the Senate, and we hear now that nothing will be said. The silence is troubling.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following. Ministry Paper Number 6 of 2019, the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Social Intervention, Office of the Prime Minister. Ministry Paper Number 7 of 2019, Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, Social Interventions, September 1, 2017 to January 31, 2019, from the Office of the Prime Minister. Annual Report of the Integrity Commission on its activities for the years 2014 to 2016. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Denham Town Community Zone Extension of Period of Operation, Order 2019. Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, Extension of Period of Operation, Order 2019. The Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes, Investment Amendment Regulations 2019, and the Pensions, Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes, Investments Amendment Resolution. Certified Appropriation Accounts, Department, Management Institute for National Development, from the Auditor General's Department for the year 2015-2016. The Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity, Attorneys at Law Order 2019, and the Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity, Attorney at Law Order Resolution 2019.
An announcement, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, Senator.
Yeah, I noticed tucked in between the zones of special operation a report from the Integrity Commission on its activities 2014-2016. And I'm wondering if inadvertently the report on the UDC lands have been left off, because that we are told 2 years ago would be ready. And unless there's a no disclosure arrangement, I can't see why that report is not among the list. Has the Parliament received that report? If the Parliament has not received it, can we urge the parliamentary authorities to nudge the Commission of Parliament, which is the Integrity Commission, to present us with that report if it is completed quickly? It has been outstanding for too long, and this touch on money owing to the people of Jamaica that should come to the people of Jamaica. And I've been asking over and over about this report, and I'm just wondering, has it reached the Parliament yet? If not, can the parliamentary authorities ask for this report to come forthwith?
Senator Brown, your comments are noted, and I'm assured that were it at hand, it would have been tabled accordingly with the other documentation.
Noting you are saying that my request to urge the Integrity Commission for this report about the sale of the lands in Otrius by the UDC, that you're saying that the Parliament will urge on the Integrity Commission for prompt report.
But you have just done exactly that.
Thank you very much. I'm happy we're at one on that. So.
We are at one that you have just done exactly that. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motions. First, the Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Act, Pensions Superannuation Funds and Retirement Scheme Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 resolution. Whereas Section 58(1) of the Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Act, the Act, provides that the Financial Services Commission may, with the approval of the Minister, make regulations providing for such matters as may be necessary or expedient for the purposes of this Act, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing, the regulations may contain provisions in relation to all or any of the following: A, registers to be kept for the purposes of the Act; B, provisions to be contained in a trust deed and plan rules or master trust deed; C, any other matter required by this Act to be prescribed. And whereas the Financial Services Commission, with the approval of the Minister on the 25th day of January 2019, made the Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019, and whereas it is desirable that the Pension Superannuation Funds and the Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019 resolution. And 2. The Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Investment Amendment Regulations 2019, which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 8th day of February 2019, are hereby affirmed. And secondly, Mr. President, the Terrorism Prevention Act, the Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity Attorneys at Law Order Resolution 2019. Whereas Section 15 of the Terrorism Prevention Act, hereafter referred to as the Act, imposes reporting duties on certain specified entities, and whereas Section 15(2) of the Act provides that the Minister may designate any entity as an entity to which the provisions of Section 15 of the Act shall apply, and whereas Section 15(2) of the Act provides for the aforementioned designation to be made by order subject to affirmative resolution, and whereas on the 6th of February 2019, the Minister made the Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity Attorneys at Law Order 2019. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as a Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity, Attorneys at Law Order Resolution 2019. And 2. The Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity Attorneys at Law Order 2019, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 8th day of February 2019, is hereby affirmed.
Thank you very much, Minister. Questions and answers to questions?
Questions and answers, questions. Mr. President, once again I rise. Whoa, it's here. Mr. President, it appears that answers are available. May I ask the Minister to answer the questions, and if he's not answering the questions, all of them, to indicate to us which answer for which is ready.
Mr. President, as I indicated last week, I would have been in a position to answer question 3 on the order paper, and that is what I will move to do expeditiously. Question: would the Minister please state whether or not there exists a public sector monitoring committee in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to provide for constant consultation between the government and the public sector trade unions? Answer: yes. The PSMC, chaired by the Minister with responsibility for the public service, or his or her nominee, resides in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. 2, would the Minister please state the members who comprise the PSMC? This PSMC is comprised of representatives of the government of Jamaica and union representing public sector workers, partners, duly nominated by the partners and appointed by the Cabinet every 2 years on the recommendation of the Minister with responsibility for the public service. Part 2, a ministerial team duly nominated by the Prime Minister and approved by the Cabinet required to attend meetings of this committee on the 2nd and 4th quarters of each financial year during the term of office of the appointed committee. 3, would the Minister please confirm that the PSMC is supposed to meet on a monthly basis at least, and so meetings of the PSMC were to be held at least once per month during each year of its tenure based on a schedule agreed among the partners. Part 2, the main work of the committee is conducted by its subcommittees, which meet between scheduled meetings on a needs basis. And fourthly and finally, Mr. President, would the Minister please state the number of meetings held in 2018 and the agenda issues of each meeting? Mr. President, the 2016-2018 term of office of the committee ended in March 2018. No meeting of the committee was held during 2018 due to the protracted wage negotiation involving a large number of the PSMC members. However, some of the subcommittees met during the year.
Mr. President, let me thank the Minister for attempting to answer the questions asked. Regrettably, sufficient copies of the answers have not been provided. I've been loaned a copy marked the clerk. But I am happy, Minister, that because the questions I have asked about the failure of the PSMC to be meeting, that your government has scheduled a meeting for 1 o'clock today of the Public Sector Monitoring Committee. And I'm happy that that has been done for 1 o'clock today because I asked these questions. But Minister, I find your answer to 4 very disingenuous. The negotiations, public sector negotiations, were settled in time to be paid before the last budget. It was publicly known. People were paid by April. Since the new minister, and I would ask you to confirm this, since the new minister took up after the budget, there has been no meeting, not because of negotiation, but it appeared to me that the government no longer support the need for the Public Sector Monitoring Committee, which was established by the previous government as part of the consultative process. Am I to understand that you are now changing policy to resume meetings of the Public Sector Monitoring Committee? It's the first question we shall answer to.
The new committee.
I noticed that answers to the question was only circulated to the mover of the questions. What about other members of the Senate? You want to participate also?
Could we ask Mr. President for a suspension of this item until answers are provided to the delegate to the
The question is that this item be recommitted in order for members to get copies of the answers. Those in favor? Against? Okay, so we'll recommit it at a convenient time, Senator Brown. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Senator Brown, and if I neglect to, please remind me. Please remind me, yeah. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions will leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Mr. President, we intend to continue the motion and debate on the state of the nation. I believe we have three presenters today. Senator Scott Motley and Senator Auburn Hill, and I believe Senator Terencia Morrison will close the debate.
Thank you very much, Senator Reid. Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a bit disappointed that my colleague, Senator Damian Crawford, could not be here today, because it was just over 16 months ago that we were both sworn into the Senate. It seems so much longer. And you will understand if I start by thanking my colleagues on this side, because they accepted me as a veritable newcomer who became their leader. They have supported me, they have encouraged me, and I have been accused of being a mother hen, but here it is, I'm having my first grandchild. Everybody is in the family, right? You have all types. Mr. President, I have to thank my family, which includes the staff of Scott Worsing and Bonnie. There are persons there who have never worked anywhere else, most of them, and they support me and encourage me. I have to single out my mother, who is going to be 90 in 2 weeks' time, and who has promised me she's going to pull herself away from Trump today to give me some attention. I would not be surprised if she cannot quite follow through on that promise. I thank my second mother. Some of us are fortunate to get adopted, Elaine Melbourne, who I met through politics some in 1989, and with whom I forged a close friendship, which has made us almost mother and daughter. I have never done so, but I thank her now today. And of course, to you and the staff here and my colleagues. We have our differences, we have our disagreements. But I think at the end of the day, we recognize that we are bonded by a strong desire to see Jamaica get better and better. Although we quarrel and we shout across the aisle, I genuinely believe that for all of us to be sitting here, there has to be something within us that makes us want to serve. And so I must thank Dr. Peter David Phillips for having bestowed this great honor on me. He's a man that I deeply admire. I have watched him perform in all the ministries to which he has been assigned. And he has done so with confidence, with determination, and with integrity. And I think that on both sides we have to acknowledge the role that he played as Minister of Finance when he took this country from the brink of disaster and laid a platform for the prosperity that Senator Hill is going to speak about shortly. There are many who are bold enough to acknowledge what he did, and I look forward to hearing you also acknowledge the role that he played. Mr. President, last week, 2 weeks ago, Senator Ransford Graham spoke to the improvements in the justice system. And in doing so, he has given me an opportunity to take a little turn away from the direct justice system. But I have to say that we don't have much conflict and confrontation in that portfolio, because actually the framework for the reform of the justice system was established as far back as 2007 through the Jamaica Justice Reform Project. We have had some tweaking, we have had different priorities, but all in all, we all acknowledge, having been participants in developing it, that this is what the justice system needs. And so I was absolutely delighted to attend the opening of the Court of Appeal building, and very pleased to see that my colleague Senator K.D. Knight, former Minister of Justice, was also invited, as was Minister Mark Golin, because they all had a role to play. And sometimes in this kind of divisive, partisan environment, there are many who will not acknowledge the role that previous persons have played. On that occasion, it was done. Mr. President, I acknowledge the role and the work that Minister Chuck has done in advocating for increased budgetary allowances. And I promise you today that when my turn comes to be at that wicket, I shall certainly follow his example and try to do better. It would be remiss of me if I did not, however, acknowledge the role of our international partners in the improvement of the justice system. I wish one day that Jamaicans would recognize that they should do it by themselves, because it is so fundamental and critical to where we go as a country. But since that day is not here yet, I thank the international partners who continue to support, encourage, and just generally to display tremendous generosity to this system. And now, Mr. President, I take a slight turn from the direct justice portfolio, because I want to look at the state of emergency. I was really taken aback when I heard the pronouncements by the government that shortly after the budget has been read, they intend to declare another state of emergency. You know, when we are sworn into this parliament, we do swear to uphold the Constitution. And I like the fact, there are two things that I like about being in this parliament. I like that oath we take, and I like the prayer that we say every Friday.
Yes, sir.
They're both so inspirational.
Serious.
I want to remind the government that the state of emergency is not a crime-fighting tool. I want to remind the government that a state of public emergency is declared by the Governor General if he's satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature or so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. How does a dictionary define an emergency? An emergency is a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. We in this House have spoken over and over about the use of the state of emergency. It is supposed to be a sharp, decisive, frightening situation that criminals and wrongdoers will view with awe, will view with shock, will leave them trembling in their boots. I have said that we run the risk of normalizing the state of emergency, and it appears that is exactly what we are doing. I remember one of the times when Senator Knight voted. He said, I have no choice but to vote because that's all you have. You have no plan. And for the government to be thinking now of instituting another state of emergency immediately after the budget confirms that there is no plan. But indeed, I go further, because I am of the view that this has always been the plan. That the state of emergency was always the government's plan. And let me tell you why. When the Attorney General made her maiden presentation in the House of Parliament, it was in June, on the 7th of June 2016. And I was not in the Senate then, but as a member of the legal profession, I remember the discussions which took place when we heard her announcement, because she was a member of our profession. She sat on the bench, and we did not expect that this could possibly be a policy which an Attorney General was promoting. She said this: to successfully tackle the murder problem, some of the fundamental rights and freedoms which we have guaranteed to our people may have to be abrogated, abridged, or infringed, because the evidence which we are examining convinces us that such action may be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society.
Non-disclosure of that. At least you disclose.
You can't start at that point. As a new government, you can't start at the point that part of your plan is to abridge persons' constitutional rights, not after you take an oath in the parliament to uphold the constitution of this country. Mr. President, we come from a background of slavery. We have always felt oppression and repression. Over here on this side, we have instituted laws which were oppressive. We repealed the Suppression of Crimes Act because we grew and understood you cannot transform a country by suppressing and oppressing the majority and the masses of the people of this country. And Senator Charles, I know your father well, as you know. He was detained under the 1976 state of emergency. I know the pain that it caused you as young children. I don't even know if you were born then. You look so young. That experience, which he had firsthand, we know he has written about it, and we know how much he suffered. And so I have to ask myself this question: why would a government start out by wanting to impose that kind of existence on the majority of its people? Why? There are so many other things that we can do. We know that for the last 56 years, this is what we have been doing. So we have a Road Traffic Act. Nobody obeys the law. The taxi drivers are driving like crazy, going through stoplights. And then everybody else begins to join in the rat race because we all have to reach somewhere.
And the politicians too, running off the roads. And the red light and the vehicle turn over. With them outriders.
We see all of these breaches. We realize that at the time when it comes about that we need a little extra money and we declare an amnesty, we see how many persons have outstanding tickets. How do we try to solve the problem? We pass another act in which we increase fines, double and triple them. We increase the penalties. So that every time we have an infraction, what we do is we say, let's make it harder. Let's make them suffer some more. And it never works. It never works. Within 2 weeks of the passing of that Road Traffic Act, when people realize that there are no consequences to their conduct, that they are not being apprehended, they are not being ticketed, trust me, there's going to be a free-for-all. Once more. And then we're going to come back another 2 years again, and we're going to say, let's charge them $100,000 instead. It does not work. And I raise the point because I'm saying within the context of a state of emergency, you get the suppression of the murder. Of course you save people's lives. We don't know if it was 335. We don't know if it was 355. It could have been far more. But you cannot actually reap long-term benefits by doing that. You see, Mr. President, we have a society where really people don't care about each other. If we acknowledge it for the start, then we can do something about it. When I went down to Montego Bay, before we took our vote, I met with a wide cross-section of persons. I was struck by what one very prominent businessman said to me. He said, we didn't really care, about the violence in Montego Bay. Because as long as they were killing each other, in fact, we wanted them to kill out each other. He said, when it came close, and I think, please forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think he made reference to a shooting at the Montego Bay roundabout near the airport. He said, when that happened, we realized that something had to be done. I will tell you, Senator Slowly is not here today, but Senator Slowly told me that life had changed in Montego Bay since the state of emergency. He said he felt safe. His wife felt safe. They could go about their business. And that struck me. In a way, it was so profound that you would assume that because he's over this side, he has a different view of things. You know, it doesn't really work that way. So I asked him, what is it that you like about the state of emergency? And he says, I like the whole heap of police and soldiers. Of course, you know, Senator Slowly would have said it in far more refined tones. But he actually really liked the fact that everywhere the presence, the security presence. And I asked that question of several persons, of most persons with whom I interacted, and it came back to it, we like the police presence. Now I ask you, as a government, if you can provide that, why do you want to wed it to arbitrary detentions of thousands of persons? What is it that drives you to feel that mass arbitrary detention has to be a part of how you deal with crime? I ask myself that almost every night because I too am preoccupied with the safety of this country. I want things to improve. The impact of crime on our bottom line, on our productivity, on our emotional state is devastating. I cannot, Mr. President, comprehend why any administration could, as a starting point, say, we're going to infringe your rights. We should be empowering people to want to be a part of this country. No, so in acknowledging the clear result of the imposition of the state of emergency, I said yes, tremendous success has been reaped in reducing the number of murders. Every Jamaican, whether here or abroad, must welcome that. But while the statistics show the reduction in crime, there has been no analysis as to determine the long-term effect of the incarceration of these young men. When you go into, maybe because I started out my practice as an attorney practicing criminal law, I know the person who goes in is not the person who comes out. Within 3 weeks, the frightened, terrified young man who acts like a bad man but is bawling at the thought of going to jail, within 3 weeks he changes. Start to bop. But not quite like you do, Mr. President. Your bop is unique. A different individual emerges. And when you have the state of emergency and you scrape up young men going to play football, and you scrape up young men going to buy food, and you scrape up a vendor by the roadside, what do you think happens? Do you think that they're going to come out and say, oh, this is like I'm a hero, a war hero, I sacrifice this for my country? No, they're going to come out hostile and resentful and bitter. And one of the things that struck me about what the public defender said was that when these men were released, they who had gone in as total strangers came out and waited on each other. They bonded. Under the anti-gang legislation, they might even now qualify to be designated a gang. Mr. President, we can't do this. Sometimes when you look at evil, how they designate themselves, fatherless crew and all this nah live for nothing gang. It is telling us how they feel. We have isolated them from the mainstream of society. So let me make some recommendations. We need better intelligence. Everybody knows that. Perhaps it is time for us to think about a single intelligence gathering agency where we can actually share the information without all the little, that we stop being in silos. Because one will have it, the other one won't have it, and so on. But if you have it under one cover where you are mandated to share, perhaps that's the best thing we can do. We can, for example, look at whether we need to now consider itinerant courts so that we have special sittings to deal with those who commit offenses which are gang-related or murders, so that the quick certainty of having a trial completed can be brought to bear. We can look, for example, the legal profession. We have so many young lawyers, Senator Samuda. It is just almost sometimes concerning, if not frightening. Perhaps we can bring them on board to help in the preparation of the cases. Because the greatest deterrent to somebody committing a crime is this certainty of prosecution and conviction. And perhaps we can use them, their expertise, so that the possibility of convictions can be strengthened. Mr. President, we're never going to solve the problem by ourselves. No matter, there's no government in Jamaica who will ever be able to put in place legislation, crime-fighting strategies, states of emergencies, and expect them to work if they do not engage the people of the country. The Peace Management Initiative was introduced by Dr. Peter Phillips in 2014, I think. I don't know if 2004, I'm so sorry, 2004. And when he did that, he was very, very conscious of the need to involve the citizens in the solution of their problems. We have to find a way to build on this initiative and to expand it. When Dr. Peter Phillips, as Minister of National Security, declared, "It is clear that an important part of any effort to contain the level of violence will have to involve not only regular policing activity, it must also involve a broad-based societal effort to reverse the pervasive culture of violence which has developed in our country." And let me tell you, it does not make sense for you to go to the community and tell the people, hand over your relatives, turn them in. They're not going to do it. But if we build the kind of discourse within the community where we begin to sensitize everybody to say, you could be a victim tomorrow. You have to think about your children's future. If we can find the words to convince them that they need to be a part of this, and if we can find a way to make them feel secure when they actually give information to the police, it might make a difference. I can't say it will make a difference. I say it might make a difference, because you will know, Senator Webby, that as a CEO of a company, or you know what you want when you're talking to your team. You have your very clear objectives. But you know you're going to reap more success if you go into your Grace Kennedy staff. You listen to them. You get their ideas. You hear them. You make them feel that they matter. Employee engagement, although you know what it is that the results which you seek, because they're going to own it. And once they own it, they're going to implement it. So running a country is very much like running a business. You have your targets, you have your objectives, and you have to implement your strategies to reach where you want to go. So, Mr. President, I am not clear why, for example, the government would not want to promote the ZOZOs rather than a state of emergency. Because the ZOZOs, you still have to have reasonable cause to take up all these young men. Now, I heard the Commissioner of Police say that, in fact, it was intelligence that led to the detention of all of these persons. You want to tell me that intelligence leads you to the detention of over 10,000 people, and you end up arresting and charging less than 15%? If this is intelligence gathering and an intelligence-driven operation, then I say shame. Yeah. Shame. Shame.
That's a cover-up. You can't take up people and intelligence, and when you take this, you don't know who they are.
You know nothing about them and you don't even monitor them. When I heard the Prime Minister talking about releasing 20 psychopaths, I said you should be glad to release them because you can't charge them right now. They're in custody without sufficient evidence for you to charge them. But if you have proper intelligence, having identified them, you can put them under surveillance and have the opportunity to put them away. I know that there is political mileage to be gained by how this thing is being said. But I will tell you, there is no criminal who is going to respect anybody who appears to be afraid of them. And in the language and the discussion, Senator Hill, what we do is that we act like, we don't know what we're going to do. Jamaica is getting unsafe. The opposition voted against a state of emergency, and hands are thrown up in the air.
Weak leadership.
When Winston Churchill used the poem of Claude McKay to rally his troops, he was courageous. He said, if we must die, oh, let us nobly die so that our precious blood will not be shed in vain. And he was able to bring out the courage of his troops
Protect the people, man. Let them protect them.
so that to fight. I saw a headline in another country where they are grappling with crime. And what was on the front page was the Attorney General who has responsibility for crime, for security. The head of the army, the head of the police, the whole team spread out walking. And the headline was, "The fight is on." That is leadership. That is how you do it. But I'm going to. So, Mr. President, we know that when the analysis are done, it is the plight in which our country, our beautiful country with so much potential and possibility finds itself, is attributed to the twin evils of crime and corruption. And I wish on a day like this that I would not have to turn to the question of corruption. Especially, yes, Senator Webby, I'm very conscious of time, and I am watching the clock.
Just before the leader gets on to the next topic.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Knight. Mr. President, the Speaker's time for speaking having been elapsed, we move for the time to be extended sufficient for her to complete her presentation in just 10 minutes.
Until 7 p.m.
The question is that the Speaker's time be extended sufficient to allow the good senator to complete her presentation. In favor? Against? Thank you, Senator.
I really thank. I thank my colleagues. Those people who know me well know that I have a quirk. I mean, little eccentricity. My son tells me I'm totally eccentric. But the truth and the fact is that I try to observe time. It means a lot to me that things be done within that confine. I promise my colleagues I will not detain them too long.
So much time corrupting the country that you should spend no time on corruption.
So I turn first to a quote from the private sector, because I think when it comes from the private sector, it carries more validity. I say that because it does. In other words, people don't think you're trying to do any one-upmanship or anything like that. And it's Metriciaga that I'm going to quote when he says that corruption remains one of the biggest constraints of Jamaica's progression. Wow. It eats away at our economic growth, gives rise to crime, suffocates productivity, threatens border security, and significantly damages the international reputation of our country. It has a disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable, reducing their access to services, including health, education, and justice, and increases the cost of living. He estimated that the cost of corruption was at about $738 million United States dollars annually. It's almost horrific to hear that amount. And you know, in my own parochial way, I said, boy, you mean we wouldn't have to have patients sleeping in wheelchairs in Maypen? And we wouldn't have to have little children dying from dengue because we would clean the drains, remove the debris, fog. You mean there's so much that we are depriving the country of? And you know, Mr. President, when the Prime Minister was sworn in as the first post-independence Prime Minister, the country had a lot of hope and expectations. And he actually spoke in a manner which would have created this expectation. I remember the poignancy of the first statement he made when he said that he watched this old man was going to vote. He was being carried by a younger person, so he was in the man's arm. And he showed him his finger and he said, Andrew, showed him his finger to let him know he had voted, and he says, Andrew, do the right thing.
What?
He said, Andrew, do the right thing. I know that when Senator Lambert Brown spoke about corruption here, Senator Ransford Graham said to him, you once called your side the most corrupt government ever. The fact of the matter is that that was then.
When did it start?
That was then. But under this administration, you cannot wake up and not hear about another act of corruption. When Senator Brown, and when you laugh, you know, you are sending the wrong signal to this country. And let me tell you why. I am glad you laugh. I am glad you laugh because it gives me the opportunity to address something that I've wanted to address for a very long time. If you
circumstances amount to an endorsement.
If you say, but you did it too, what does it say? Because you did it, I am entitled to do it.
Shame.
Every time that we raise corruption in any forum, the response is always, but you did it too. So this is just how we're going to continue forever? Because, and Senator Hill, you will have the opportunity in a very short time to respond to me. You don't need to do it from your seat. In 2.5 years, the greatest performance, the way in which this government has outperformed every other administration is in the area of corruption. When Senator Lambert Brown spoke, he had not even remembered the Student Loan Bureau one which broke the day before.
Student Loan Bureau.
Nepotism, cronyism, mismanagement, and direct corruption. Is there nobody over your side who has the courage to accept it and to do something about it? Are you always going to laugh and say 18 years? And if you have to use 18 years to justify 2.5 years, you don't think that that is a disgrace? Well, let me tell you something. The people are listening to you.
Yes.
And they are judging. And last night, over the last week, after this debacle in Parliament from the committee, from when the committee sat, the people are turning from your post-independence leader. And I should be pleased. But at the end of the day, you know, it's our country.
Our country.
And our resources. Well, let me say this. Let me look at it a little bit. So we have fallen 2 points, 2 indices in the corruption index. And part of it has been attributed to this whole saga of Petrojam.
Petro what?
Scam. Petro scam.
There is no greater indictment on this government than Petrojam. And some people are wondering if this unprecedented non-disclosure agreement was so that we could finally make it go away.
Why is he so
It's not going away. It cannot go away. Because everything that happened in Petrojam over the recent years is almost an abomination. But I'm just going to focus now on the HR manager.
Oh, the special one.
Because you have to recall, when you say that the country, it doesn't matter, or the country don't care, let us recall that the Mrs. Scott Heron, I think her name was, Mrs. Scott Heron, who was the previous HR manager, who had her master's from Columbia University, a highly regarded international university, was fired on December 23rd.
Oh, shit.
December 23rd. The vacancy was advertised on New Year's Day.
Wow, nobody knows.
Applications were to be closed on the 7th of January. What was that about? And then you appoint a human resource manager, unqualified, as it turns out. And, you know, I segue a bit. It was almost humorous to see that her attorney said she was being subjected to torture because they were asking her to prove her qualification. Torture.
Your certification?
To show your certification. But let me go back to the whole scenario. So she's appointed as human resource manager at a salary above which was being paid to the previous one, and a salary which bore no resemblance to what she had earned before. She then, within 30 days, she's placed on 4 months probation, and within 30 days, she is appointed and retroactively given an increase to the day.
30%.
To the day.
30%.
Moving from 10 million to over 13 million. How? As I said, the JPS ads, how come?
Special one.
The Auditor General's report, which was based on her management of the department, found as a fact from a sample of 27 officers that 11 of the related posts were filled without being advertised. And there was no evidence that interviews were conducted for 8. Would you allow that in any of the institutions that you run?
Not at Grace.
No, sir, not at all.
As if that was not enough. There was an interview for a position in the organization, and the technical team interviewed this gentleman for a position as a junior engineer and found out he was not suitable, he was not qualified. And within 21 days, bypassing all the processes, he was appointed by the HR manager at a salary, in a senior position over all the other people, and at a salary which was even higher than advertised. He was earning $8 million.
In relation?
Now, when you see all the breaches, what strikes me about her performance is, you know, when she attended the committee meetings, was that she was very clear. I have done nothing wrong. She, at all times, she never acceded to having committed one breach. And you see, let me tell you why this discourse is important. It is important because leadership matters. And if your leaders are not setting an example, then you feel that, what's wrong with what I'm doing? Because even if today you interviewed Mrs. Ramarak, she would say, I did nothing wrong. And the way in which this matter evolved this week confirms that there are others who felt she did nothing wrong.
Including the Prime Minister.
First of all, you are using taxpayers' money to compensate an employee who has been embroiled in talks of corruption, who has been accused of nepotism, cronyism, everything you can think of. And what you do, how you do that, is that you actually reward them by giving them a separation package. So after 18 months of being in that position, she gets 1 year salary practically.
32 million for 18 months. The salary for a teacher for 20 years.
How does that look? When you're doing a cost-benefit analysis,
That's the reality.
these things are not always about money. When somebody steals in a bank, sometimes the bank takes the decision, we can't afford this publicity, and so they will let them go without any disciplinary action, Senator Gale, as you know.
Shame.
But what is it about this woman
Why is he so special?
that makes her able to wield such significant power
Over the Prime Minister
and
head.
influence that the way in which the Prime Minister approaches this matter is to do a cost-benefit analysis, that it is going to cost too much money?
The Prime Minister covered up the mess after he took over the energy ministry.
What about the cost-benefit analysis of the perception of the people that corruption has now become endemic? What about his promises to the people of this country to promise transparent government? You have a non-disclosure agreement. The permanent secretary goes to Parliament and she says, oh, I'm so sorry, I can't discuss this matter, I can't answer any questions. And you say that that is on advice from the department, the Attorney General's department. What is going on? The people need to know. One commentator said it is to just lock down everything. So now everything done, we can move on. We are not moving on. We are not moving on. Somebody needs to be held accountable. You cannot be locking up. You cannot be locking up poor black people every day in state of emergency, throwing them in jail, holding them accountable for crimes they have not committed. And then you're showing another level in the society where you can act with impunity. So how are you going to tell the young people that they shouldn't be scammers, that they shouldn't be hoodlums, that they should not be members of organized gangs? When they see everybody else, it's like Jamaica is a blind society. And it's so that, you know what they say? Let me tell you, Senator Hill, because I know you and I don't go to the same places, and we don't have the same kind of social groupings. So since I can tell you that what they say in the street, because you have to be in the street, is so the thing set. It's so the thing set. Listen, Senator Gale, there weren't many people who had as close a relationship with their constituency as I did when I was in active politics, you know. And I don't want you to test me and draw me back out because I'm very comfortable here. Trust me. I work and I serve and I'm close to the people. I know they understand that when I talk to them and when I interact from them, the place that it comes from. So we have a good relationship. Don't bring me out. Don't be one of those encouraging me to run. Because I tell him, I warn him, Senator Gale, not to what I said, don't draw me out. Mr. President, I want to end with one final call. I had actually intended to say that we should have the reports of parliamentarians tabled. I remember when I looked at the last one, which was 2013, 18 on that side, 18 on this side. It's not good enough. It's not good enough. 18 people on our side had failed to do their annual declarations, and 18 people on the other side had failed to do it. It's not good enough. When you lead, you have to lead by example. You have to show the country that it means something for you to uphold the law. It has been no, that's what I am relieved we have better compliance in the Senate, and it is true, Mr. President, and I thank you for saying that, because the public should know.
We're the upper house.
I want to, however, say, Mr. President, that I feel that we have to look back at the Integrity Commission Act, because the sort of secrecy, I know that when we were discussing it, although I was not in the Senate at that time, part of the thing was the fact that you have all these updates about this investigation going about you. You are then cleared, but your reputation is irreparably harmed. But I think there must be some minimum way for the Integrity Commission to communicate to the public that it is in fact carrying out an investigation. Because we have to root out this perception that everybody is corrupt. And we have to find a way to show that all the legislation, all the structures and the systems we are put in place, that we are committed to them working. And I'm just saying that I hope that there will be some reconsideration of that. Mr. President, we started out this morning by paying tribute to one of our own, a parliamentarian. And it reminds me that we really, none of us know what tomorrow holds for us. I can only commit to the country that I will do my very best to always be reminded that although I'm on the opposition side, that it is them that I serve. I will commit to try and discharge all of my responsibilities with integrity, remembering that I, as a leader, must show them that I hold myself accountable. And Mr. President, I urge the Prime Minister to remember that persons are looking to him to set the right tone. You see, you can read a speech and read it well. Words will float off a piece of paper.
Words that match put in the document.
If you have that oratorical style, you can read it on the fly. But Mr. President, actions matter. And we are calling for action. And I close by echoing the sentiments of that old man who showed his finger with that dark stain on it. Andrew, do the right thing. Mr. President, I thank you and I thank my colleagues for their patience.
It was brilliant.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Senator Hill.
Excuse me. Just circulate this to the senators and the president for me, and the press. Mr. President, you notice? You're going to buy shares? Mr. President, once again, it is my great privilege to stand as a JLP senator. Both. Government senator, so I can make my friend from St. Elizabeth and Manchester happy. To present my third State of the Nation submission to the Senate and more broadly to the Jamaican people. Mr. President, I have learned in my quite eventful, wonderful and blessed life that it matters not who we are. It takes the gracious and often sacrificial help of many persons to help us to arrive at wherever we are in life. Today, Mr. President, I wish to thank the Most Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness for electing me to be one of his government senators and to allow me to serve in this quite privileged position. Also, Mr. President, I want to once again publicly thank my dear wife, Tamara, for being as patient. I'm speaking of my wife. Please be quiet, listen. For being as patient, caring, loving, and supportive as she has been to me since I was appointed to the Senate, and indeed, Mr. President, for the almost 36 years we have been married. So too, Senator Brown, Mr. President, I thank my son, daughter-in-law, and daughter and close family members who have rallied around me and given me constant and strong support. There is also a small group of tightly knit friends and co-workers in the 1-1 Cocoa group who have to be mentioned because of their very special and sustained support of my efforts in this Senate and for the covered. I want to thank especially the staff of the Houses of Parliament who have been faithful, gracious and kind in dealing with me since my appointment to this noble Senate. And Mr. President, my last and most heartfelt thank you goes to my Heavenly Father and His Son, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, for His enabling but completely unearned grace. Mr. President, today I would like to address a number of issues under the heading A Responsible Government Building Prosperity. You can rest assured, Mr. President, that I'm going to speak about the performance of the economy at both the macro and micro levels. Expect my comments on the sustained excellent performance of our own Jamaican Stock Exchange, especially when then opposition leader Andrew Holness, Shadow Finance Minister Audley Shaw, Economic Advisory Council member Favour Williams, and myself, as chairman of the Jamaica Labour Party's Economic Advisory Council, stood as immovable bulwarks against the drive by the then finance minister to remove the incentives from the junior stock exchange in the 2013-2015 years. We fixed that foolishness by extending the incentives soon after we came to power as government in 2016. Mr. President, during the very trying period in the 2012 when the new PNP government entered into those difficult negotiations with the IMF and other multilateral institutions, which culminated in a signed extended fund facility in May of 2013, right through until the time when the Jamaican people voted on February 25, 2016 for the Jamaica Labour Party to transition from being Her Majesty's loyal opposition to become the government of Jamaica. The JLP leader, Andrew Holness, was excruciatingly judicious, constructive and careful, and very particular to ensure that his party and its leaders support the then PNP administration in its effort at using fiscal consolidation to help right the Jamaican economic ship. Right through those negotiations, the opposition led by Andrew Holness held strain and offered tacit and open and often public support in Parliament. There was a constant query as to whether or not the Jamaica Labour Party in opposition would support and continue to support the positions negotiated with the IMF. Since June 2014, when I accepted the position as chairman of the Economic Advisory Council, established by the JLP leader, and now Minister Favour Williams and I were in all those meetings, Mr. President, the leader of the then opposition had with the IMF. Those meetings spanned the tenures of two mission chiefs, both Dr. Jan Kees and Dr. Uma Rumakrishnan. Mr. President, the JLP opposition did not agree with all the negotiating positions the then PNP government took. Nobody agrees with everything. We didn't agree, of course. We didn't like the 60 billion in new taxes over 4 years put on the backs of Jamaican taxpayers by the PNP's finance minister, Dr. Phillips, and the high primary surplus of 7.5% come immediately to mind. But we held strain in respect for what they and others articulated as in the best interest of Jamaica. We played no political games, even though there was no life or death issue involved. Jamaica still has the world record for the highest primary surplus ever agreed with the IMF. That 2013 figure of 7.5% was hard to swallow when we looked at our very high debt to GDP ratio at the time of 147%, while Greece's debt to GDP ratio was extremely high at a figure in excess of 177%, and yet they were able to agree to a much lower primary surplus than Jamaican negotiators were able to secure. Mr. President, at the time, many wondered why Greece negotiators were so effective and so favored, and Jamaicans were not. But the JLP opposition held strain, a responsible opposition. Indeed, Mr. President, Jamaica's primary surplus was reduced to 7% in 2017, even as our debt to GDP ratio fell to about 100%. In contrast, Greece's debt to GDP in 2017 climbed to 180%, but their primary surplus target is now a mere 1.7%. But the JLP administration, that responsible opposition, keeps that exalted primary surplus established by Dr. Phillips and the PNP administration, and we keep it in government. You're going to have to live long like the leader's mother. Mr. President, my colleagues in the Senate, Jamaicans, I contend, Mr. President, that the Most Honorable Andrew Holness has not been given nearly enough credit for the steadfastly responsible role he played as the then leader of the opposition in helping to bring the EFF into being and to operate as smoothly as it has. Andrew Holness' tacit and an occasional open support was vital to the success of the IMF agreed program put in place by the PNP. He should be given more credit, Mr. President. Mr. President, while we didn't like all that was being served up to us in Jamaica, in the fiscal consolidation menu, the Jamaica Labour Party gave very responsible opposition support to the quite distasteful stew. We behaved like a responsible unit and out of Parliament, even though there were no life and death issues in that program as there are in the SOZO and SOE projects. Mr. President, we in the Jamaica Labour Party could have played serious political games were we not as responsible as we are on this side of the aisle. The Andrew Holness, coming to that, listen carefully, coming to it, the Andrew Holness approach was to offer alternatives. For instance, we encouraged the government to go for growth and reminded them that economic growth is the responsibility of the government and not the IMF or some IMF program. They ignored the advice and continued with the single-minded, voracious taxing approach. So, Mr. President, we waited till the leader-to-be of the PNP flew the gate. Prematurely? Maybe, Mr. President. And then we took our well-crafted case to the Jamaican people. We showed compassion to the Jamaican people for the relentless, almost brutal, battering ram-like tax increases for the 4 consecutive years before February 25th, 2016. Thank God for that date. We saved the country from all those additional taxes. Then, Mr. President, we dispensed empathy in the form of the historical, innovative, prosperity-inducing 1.5 million income tax break to hundreds of thousands of Jamaican nurses, teachers, policemen and women, and other honorable income tax-paying noble Jamaican workers. And the Jamaican people dismissed the PNP and Dr. Phillips from government by taking 11 PNP MP seats and awarding them to Andrew Holness and JLP. And Mr. President, the people did not take not even 1 seat of the 21 the JLP had. The Jamaican people appreciated our responsible opposition position, our 1.5 million tax break relief, and awarded Andrew Holness, the Jamaica Labour Party, a classic victory and the reins of government. Don't worry about, you're going to hear it a lot. Listen up. We then arrive near the end of 2018, and Dr. Phillips and the PNP are now rightfully in opposition in Parliament, Mr. President. Rightfully. Zozo and SOEs, I wanted to hear it, don't miss them numbers here. Yes. Zozo and SOEs have reduced murders by 70% in St. James. 70% in St. James, 44.4% in central Kingston, 26.8% in St. Catherine North. All those are SOE regions. And overall, by 21.7%, I won't even use 22, my fellow senator, I'm going to be exact, 21.7% island-wide. Other island-wide figures showed that shootings were reduced by 21.4%, rape dropped by 12.2%, and aggravated assault fell by 11.8%. Those figures published by the Jamaica Constabulary Force in early December 2018 for the period January 1 to December 1, 2018, and are my figures, Mr. President. They're official and they're true. That's what happened to murder under the JLP. In spite of that stellar record of fighting and reducing crime, the PNP leader, Peter Phillips, and his PNP party decided not to continue supporting the states of emergencies. Those SOEs have proven to be so successful in bringing down the murder rate and other serious crimes and keep brutal criminals away from law-abiding citizens, especially from the vulnerable and the weak in these communities. On a life and death issue, Mr. President, the PNP opposition withdrew its support and really exposed the weak, the vulnerable, and especially the poor to the brutality and mayhem that criminals serve up. To use their word, Mr. President, to use their word, not my word, to use their word, they literally are trying to stop the progress with their withdrawal of support from the SOEs, which have saved so many hundreds of lives of Jamaicans.
Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order.
Senator Brown.
Yeah, if you listen, you'll hear it. The member is misleading the House and the country in saying that the opposition said don't stop the progress. He's taking a slogan from some time about when we built this country to interject it into a situation where in 2018
A point of order.
murders, yes, the murders,
No, I'm trying to understand. Can you
yes,
get
that's what
to
I'm trying. That's what I'm
but can you
making
get to the point of order without the
If the
speech?
rabble rousers will just keep quiet,
No.
no, if the rabble rousers keep quiet, you will
Senator-
not get to understand it. Yes. Thank you.
Senator Brown, can you just get to the point
That's
of
what
order?
I'm getting
please?
to. But for the rabble rousers, Mr. President, in 2018, there was 1,288 murders.
Senator Brown,
Which is
Senator Brown, Senator Brown, Senator Brown,
Anytime.
Senator Brown, Senator Brown, Senator
It is
Brown,
misleading the country.
Senator Brown,
That's not a point of order.
Senator Charles, please. Senator Hill, can you continue, please? Senator Hill, can you continue?
One of the main reasons
Mr. President,
given
Mr.
by the
President,
PNP for its withdrawal of
Mr.
support
President, on
is
a
that
point
we
of
should
order.
use.
Mr. President, on
I
a
will
point
start
of
that
order.
paragraph again.
If I may, rise on a point of order. The issue that Senator Lambert mentioned, I don't think it has been dealt with, because he raised a point which I support, that Senator Hill is in fact misleading the House by stating that the opposition made a statement which is incorrect. And so I will, if I'm wrong, accept I'm wrong, but I will ask Mr. Hill, Senator Hill, to provide the name, the person, and where that statement, that statement was made. Because a statement Mr. President, a statement as serious as that is quite damaging and ought not to be made in the House, in the Senate. And so I shall ask you, sir, to inquire of Senator Hill when that statement was made and by whom that statement was made before he can attribute it to the opposition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Hill, proceed, please.
One of the main reasons given by the PNP for its withdrawal of support is that we should use the success of the SOE
Sorry, Mr. President, I did not hear a determination, please. Maybe I missed
Strictly
it.
not a point of order, you know, so I've told him to proceed, but no doubt he has taken note of what you have said.
Are you saying that for him to make a statement attributable to the opposition, which we believe is incorrect, that is not a point of order, sir?
You believe that the statement is incorrect? Well, I said, well, no doubt he has listened to you, so no doubt he will. But it's strictly not a point of order. But you can proceed, but you need to be careful in terms of.
For the third time, Mr. President, one of the main reasons given by the PNP for its withdrawal of support is that we should use the success of the SOE to date and come up with an untried crime plan to meet whatever their nebulous idea of a crime plan is, and use that untested crime plan to replace what is an unquestionably successful, tested, and working regional set of states of emergency. So how does Dr. Phillips and his PNP quantify and decide how many Jamaican murders is an acceptable number to change from SOE to a crime plan? What yardstick, what benchmark do they use? The main reasons given for withdrawing support, especially by the PNP, of course, is that we're robbing Jamaicans of their freedom. Another one is the cost of the operation, 31 million per month for the Jamaican Constabulary Force. The third, I have heard it said that the SOEs have accomplished enough. Let's get back to normal policing. So, Mr. President, it appears to me that the PNP and Dr. Phillips took out their scales of justice, put temporary loss of freedom for some on one side, and on the other side they put murdered victims and the criminal loss of lives by law of abiding citizens, and then the temporary loss of freedom clearly outweighed the numerous loss and murderous loss of lives of law-abiding Jamaican citizens. So they voted to block the progress of the state of emergency. In my calculus, Mr. President, the inalienable right to life and the absolute and unquestionable intrinsic value of life itself far outweighs the temporary loss of freedom, as incredibly valuable as that freedom is to us. Life comes before freedom. Life comes before freedom. Mr. President, indeed, those persons who have lost their lives to criminal murderers will never again enjoy freedom on this earth. Nearly all those who have been detained have regained their freedom, and all detainees are still alive. Life is preeminently valuable. So the justice calculus of the PNP seems to put much less weight on the criminally murdered and their families than those who have been detained based on fair suspicion of the security forces. I do not bash the security forces, Mr. President, for taking detainees. That's their job. That's what they did. We will not bash security forces. I thank them for doing the work that they've done. On the matter of the 31 million per month it costs the JSCF to run the SOEs, I think the Gleaner article of October 13, and you know and like that newspaper, October 13, 2017, gave a clear perspective when, among other points, it stated, this is what it stated, Senator Skeffrey, crime does not pay, but it certainly costing the government of Jamaica a tidy sum amounting to $68 billion a year. That's what the Gleaner says it costs us. $68 billion a year. That huge $68 billion cost of crime figure could buy lots of good things, as Garfield Higgins reported in his column in The Observer of July 22, 2018. I knew I'd get your attention. That figure, that 68 billion figure, Mr. President, seemed to have been an extrapolation of the World Bank's estimate that crime cost Jamaica 5% of GDP. That 68, let me put it in context for you. That 68 billion cost of crime figure is larger than the entire 2017-2018 budget of the Ministry of Health of 64 billion. It is larger than the 61 billion number for the Ministry of National Security, and larger than every other ministry except the Ministries of Education, thank the Lord, and the Finance and the Public Service. Finance and the Public Service carries all our debt.
It's less than the corruption under your government.
So, Mr. President,
The corruption is more than that.
although I do not and will not ever want to have useful exuberance, I continue. I did a quick calculation, and if we use just 10% of the estimated cost of crime according to the Gleaner, that's $6.8 billion, we could use it to buy 18.25 years of JCF service at 31 million, which we're told is too high and said to be too costly by Dr. Phillips. That much larger. That's 18 years. That's 18 years and 3 months of JCF service we could buy, and the PNP could not extend the SOE for another 3 months because it cost us too much. So according to the opposition's public statement, that 31-month expenditure by the JCF is worth more than the saving of innocent lives and the fostering of economic growth, which is another clear result when we reduce crime in our country. Mr. President, the PNP has 3 former Ministers of National Security. Welcome back, Senator Knight. In their ranks and in active politics. I take all blessings, whatever you call it. The first sits right across from us in the Senate. Now the venerable Senator K.D. Knight. But the then outgoing Minister of National Security.
Point of order. I don't think that Senator Knight is going to accept venerable. Senator Knight, you need to reconsider that acceptance of that, and you need to use a different adjective. Esteemed, maybe.
How about really, really Longley Starboy? That's a nice rendition. So, I like that word. My dear friend Senator Keith. But the then outgoing Minister of National Security, K.D. Knight, was quoted in the Miami Herald newspaper of October 31, 2001 in this manner. Knight said he regretted that the country's crime rate had not declined during his tenure. I'm quoting the Miami Herald. It might be the reporter was wrong, but I quote it. Mr. President, that is Starboy KD in his own words, according to the newspaper. I wasn't there. He failed to have crime decline under his watch as National Security Minister. Did he miss the target of his crime plan? That was in October. That was in October of 2001, Mr. President. The next month, November 2001, the vaunted Dr. Peter Phillips was appointed Minister of National Security. In 2002, the murder rate moved to 40 per 100,000. And a short 3 years later, in 2005, that murderous rate had jumped to 64 per 100,000 Jamaicans, placing Jamaica as a nation with one of the highest murder rates in the world. Under Peter Phillips's watch, Mr. President, murders hit a historic high of 1,674, 1,674 in 2005. Dr. Phillips still has that. Dr. Phillips still has that dastardly record. Dr. Phillips still has that dastardly record. One I'm sure he would like to have moved to someone else. Did he, Mr. President, miss the target of his crime plan? Then came the supposed crime saver, Peter Bunting, in January of 2012 to round out the trioca of failed PNP security ministers. He was battered from pillar to post. And when in January 2015, as almost 4 Jamaicans were being murdered daily in close to a demonical style, he told the nation not to be unduly alarmed. Bunting, who also failed miserably, went national to seek divine intervention. But these days, even some of his colleagues are whispering loudly that he seemed to have gone to the dark side of things, leaving divine intervention behind him, Mr. President. Did he, Mr. President, miss his crime plan target? So, Mr. President, we hear those 3 failed national security ministers calling for a crime plan to replace the very successful SOE. We need to be reminded when coming up, hold your strain, the Honorable Peter Phillips was Minister of National Security. He told Jamaica that we needed, these are Dr. Peter Phillips's own words, Mr. President. He said we needed severe, extreme, and resolute measures. He was the Minister of National Security, okay? Extreme, let me remind you the word, extreme, severe, and resolute measures, okay? Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, and the security experts, and the expert officials crafted both the Zozo, which the PNP hated and they now love, and the states of emergency, which proved not to be extreme but hugely successful in reducing murders. A really significant measure of that success, apart from the precipitous drop in murders, Mr. President, is the fact that through it for a year, there was not one incident reported to Indicom that had to be investigated under the SOE. The security forces followed scrupulously the charge to both respect and protect Jamaican citizens' rights and lives, not even one investigation under Indicom. Yeah, man, tell the country, that is good. Secure, but not severe. So, Mr. President, when we add it up, we have been failed by KD, abject failure by Peter Phillips, resulting in that terrible historical high murder rate, and confusion and more failure by Peter Bunting. We have failure, and more failure, Mr. President. And these are the kind of PNP leaders who want to try and convince the Jamaican people that the successful state of emergency have been bad for them. Really, Mr. President? These are the people? So let us put their repeated security and murder rates failures in the 23 of the 27 years between February 1989 and February 25th, 2016. Out of those 23 out of the 27 years when the people PNP ruled Jamaica, against Prime Minister. You were comparing short time ago, leader, about long time and short time. Against that, 23 years against Prime Minister Holness, 1 year of ZOS and SOEs. What happened to those PNP crime plans in those years? So let's see what happened. What we find and see, Mr. President, is failure. Failure and more failure by the PNP firm of Knight, Phillips and Bunting.
I don't know if this motion will lead to success, but may I ask that the Speaker's time be extended to allow him to complete his presentation?
The question is that the Speaker be allowed time to complete his presentation within the terms of our discussions. Of course.
Those in favor? Those in favor? See, Mr. President, what we find and
those
see,
in
Mr.
favor?
President.
Hold on. Those in favor? Aye. Against?
What we find and see, Mr. President, is failure and more failure by the PNP firm of Knight, Phillips and Bunting on the dreaded murder issue, compared to success and success through the SOEs established by the Andrew Holness administration. Mr. President, it is my considered view that Jamaicans should buy no political or security product or advice from the failure-ridden firm of Knight, Phillips and Bunting. One has to wonder why those who would not want to extend the very successful SOEs for another short period of time, why they wouldn't want to, Mr. President. The Andrew Holness administration seeks security and especially a significant reduction in the murder rate for JLP Jamaicans, PNP Jamaicans, no P Jamaicans, and all our visitors. I sincerely hope and trust that the bipartisan reason and the firm stance against murders and all other crimes will return in such a spirit and manner, Mr. President, that as one cooperating force on both sides, we will seek to reduce crimes and go relentlessly after criminals in Jamaica, Mr. President, in a secure but respect for rights and lives of Jamaicans. I turn now, Mr. President, to water and the NWC. The National Water Commission has had a very challenging past couple of months, and many of our customers in Kingston, especially parts of Washington Boulevard and Malines Road area and elsewhere, have had a really difficult time at Christmas and into the new year. The president of the NWC and his key senior executives have made public apologies and have provided continuing information and explanation to all our customers. And today, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, I add mine to what I know to be their heartfelt and sincere regrets for the ongoing inconvenience to some of our customers. The NWC has approximately 43,000 customers that represent 120,000 individuals who use our water in Montego Bay. In Kingston, the Commission has about 116,000 customers, and through those accounts, the Commissioner's water serves approximately 620,000 people. Of the 43,000 NWC customers in Montego Bay area, only about 1,000 customers were affected by water shortage for relatively short periods in the Montego Bay area. Mr. President, the 1,000 customers accounts translated to about 3,000 people in the Montego Bay area, and for every single one, we're sorry that that has had to happen. but there was no major outcry from the Montego Bay area, given the size of the relative small size of people affected. In Kingston, there was approximately 620,000 persons in the Kingston and St. Andrew area. A break in a critical 18-inch pipe 35 feet underground caused serious continuing water disruption to about 105,000 persons in the Malines Road region. I made the comparison to Montego Bay because, unlike our tourist capital, our political and commercial capital of Kingston is undergoing very visible and extensive roadworks. This has caused disruption of all major utilities, but especially water services to persons in certain areas of the KSA. For the record, Mr. President, the break of the 18-inch main pipe had nothing to do with the NWC, but with the road contractor and its supervising engineers. Also, Mr. President, the 18-inch pipe 35 feet below the ground could not be repaired, so a new set of pipes had to be ordered and will run above ground to replace the broken pipes. Regretfully, all those will take months to get a proper replacement in place. But even when we're unable to continue to serve those 105,000 people regularly of the unfortunate breaks, because of the unfortunate breaks in the 18-inch main pipe, every single hour of every single day, we continue to serve over 500,000 other residents in the KSA, Mr. President. But I'm sure, Mr. President, that you and many residents of Kingston and indeed across Jamaica can see the beauty, safety, and convenience which our brand new Constant Spring and Hagley Park roads and the flyovers at the Portia Simpson Miller Square will bring to our capital of Kingston when that is fixed by the Centre Forward builder, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, is finished with them. The inconvenience is tough, but every transformation brings some dislocation, Mr. President. We really regret the inconvenience, but the positive transportation of Kingston will be worth it, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to state the detailed cost estimates relating to the pipe repairs, trucking cost, and revenue loss. There are 179 leaks as a result of major road works. Major breaks of that are 84. And the breakdown is as follows. 52 of those are in the Constant Spring area, 13 on the Hagley Park Road, 9 on Washington Boulevard, and 10 on the Spanish Town Road. The average time taken to repair these leaks was 6 hours, with a total estimated repair cost of $25.847 million. That figure includes $11.7 million for materials and $14.1 for labor and equipment. Trucking costs, NWC trucked 770,000 gallons of water weekly using 8 hired trucks, delivering an average of 623,000 gallons per week, and 2 NWC trucks delivering an average of 146,000 gallons per week. That costs, Mr. President, $18.7 million. Revenue loss, using an average of 6 hours that it takes to repair each leak, it is estimated that the NWC lost approximately $185 million in sales associated with leaks. Broken pipes and leaks are financially very costly to the National Water Commission. As a responsible government led by the builder, here he goes again, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, we are going to find a better business model and government structure for the NWC, Mr. President. So today, Mr. President, the NWC serves about 1.87 million persons across Jamaica, the 2 major cities and across the country. The Commission operates 425 water production facilities, which includes 162 wells, 101 rivers, and 147 springs. The NWC also operates 265 pumping stations, more than 340 storage tanks, plus the Hermitage Dam and the Mona Reservoir. As I said earlier, Mr. President, NWC is a big and complex organization. There are a few more key statistics I want to share with you, Mr. President, my colleagues in the Senate and those across Jamaica who might be hearing this. The NWC's daily production of water is in excess of 177 imperial million gallons per day. We bill approximately 50 imperial million gallons per day. Daily non-revenue water is 112 imperial million gallons per day. The NWC has a substantial revenue shortfall between what is billed to customers and the cost of producing the water. The NWC has a $42 million five-year contract with MIA, an Israeli water specialist firm, to work on reducing the Commission's non-revenue water, which was as high as 73%.
Mr. President, a point of order. I'd like to have a copy of Senator's presentation. He's breaching the standing orders because he's not speaking from notes. He's speaking from a fully prepared speech, and that is not allowed under the standing orders. But since he's behaving as if he's making a statement by ministers, I'd like to have a copy of that statement now.
And I believe it is in
Or I'm calling on you, President, to, as is your custom, uphold the standing orders and cause the senator in his presentation to speak from notes. And by making that request, it is not my intention to prevent him from speaking, because it has become apparent that he is incapable of speaking from notes.
Of course, the standing orders say that persons are not to read from a statement as such, but are to speak from notes. But I got the impression that he was dealing with some specific, that he was dealing with some specific statistics which he would be allowed to quote from. But no doubt he has heard what you have said in relation to, pardon?
And your ruling, because in referring to the standing orders, that amounts to your ruling that the standing orders must be followed. But the point is that since commencement, he has been reading. It is wrong and must not be tolerated.
The truth is that we have allowed some latitude in the past as it comes to this, but the impression that I got was that the aspect of the speech that he was presenting on now would permit him reading specific statistics and so on. But you have heard the comment, and I take it that everybody is aware of the standing orders that said that we're not supposed to be reading.
Right, Mr. President. When Minister Chang came on board, he said to me...
No, you don't have to respond to it, you know.
No, I'm speaking to you, Mr. President.
Oh.
I said when Minister Taurus Chang came on board, he said to me as the chairman of the National Water Commission, not yet. So he said to me, Mr. President, know that you are here as the chairman of the National Water Commission, and you know, and I hope you see how far away I'm standing from my notes, Mr. President. He said to me, you must work with fixing the financial arrangements at the NWC. At the time, we had a huge overhang of debt on the NWC. At the time, Mr. President, in 1 year, we removed $75 million and 3.07 million euros from the books of the NWC because some of that $75 million was as high as 9.77% per year put on by a previous non-JLP administration. So we moved that off the debt and strengthened the balance sheet of I'm checking my notes, Senator, of the NWC. And then, but what we found, Mr. President, which was really, really irresponsible, in 2004, there was put on the books of the NWC an unfunded pension liability taken from the parochial establishments, put on the NWC book at the time, 2004. We know who was in power at that time. And not one bit of arrangement was made to look after, to fund that pension liability. In fact, Mr. President, they weren't even contributing. Not impossible. You know what that net present value is today? $26.3 billion, and the nominal cost, Don, you'll work with me, is 29.5 billion Jamaican dollars. Unfunded pension liability and I don't need any notes, Mr. President. I know the numbers. So I'm saying that this is the state that the National Water Commission is in. We have a perennial negative net worth. For many, many years, for 10, 12 years, the Commission has lost money every year. We have a net worth, a negative net worth of about $12.6 billion. So we know that the NWC is not tenable in the state that it is. So you know what? A year after we're in as a commission, new commission, we invited Castalia. Castalia is one of the world's best water consulting firm and strongly supported by the IDB, not only in terms of supporting Castalia, but the IDB helped to fund the study to about the tune of about $500,000 to fund that study. And we said when Castalia was finished with it, they said, look guys, you need a new business model. Why do you need a new business model? Because, he hasn't done so badly, because what you have, your cost of water is too high. The tariff that you're charging is much too high. You cannot continue to fund your capital expenditure. That capital expenditure needs about $3.5 billion US. And that is necessary in the next 3 to 5 years if you're going to grow your economy. Downtown alone needs $400 million to fix the sewage. Okay? So, and the capital expenditure is huge. You cannot, the model that you now have, and because of the rules that we have, that $3.5 billion US cannot go on the books of the government because we are paying down debt. There is no fiscal room, and in fact that would be about 24% of our GDP. It cannot go on the government's book. So how are we going to go in the country, Mr. President? We're going to have to find a new business model that says, look, you need an international partner who understands water. And why are you looking at that? Jamaica's tariff is about $2.8 2.81 per US dollars per cubic meter of water. When you look at the Bahamas is 2.82, but they use a lot of desalination. When you look at Antigua, they are about 4 point something. But when you look at Thames water, which is totally private, Thames water, which is totally private, it's the 1 cubic meter of water will cost you 1.1 US dollars. When you go to the Philippines, it's down to about 53 cents, and Acucar in Colombia is about 68 cents. We're not competitive, and all the ones that have low-cost water are private or run by entities that have a majority shareholder in this company. So we have to corporatize NWC. We're going to have to make sure that we look after the issue of social water. That might just have to be a line item in the government's expenditure when you privatize it. But in that privatization, you bring in, Mr. President, money from the local pension funds that need long-term investment. You bring in the special partner that has expertise and money, and therefore you have a much better water arrangement like we see overseas in the Philippines, Colombia, and in the UK. So as we look at that, we have to have a new and different business model. And that business model, Mr. President, with a new industrial partner, will need new legal, regulatory, and other reforms. We will need a new Water Act. We will need to corporatize NWC, as I said. We'll need to restructure the balance sheet. Corporatize. All right, corporatize. No, not in the sense that we're talking. Corporatize in the sense that it's not government owned, and that the government will then, once you put it, make it a corporate entity, you can then divest the shares to the special purpose partner and the pension funds, and the government will have a significant minority, but will be a minority in the shares. That means it will not be, the debt will not be in the books of the government. Deciding on the government shareholder, those things must be done. After all these findings and results, those will be brought to the cabinet for its final decision on the change in NWC's business model. I speak now of job creation. Let me say it again. The nominal rate of that unfunded pension liability is 29.5. The net present value is 26.3. That's a whole heap of money. That's a whole heap of money. Every single month, we lose money at the NWC. We have to change that model. It's unfunded, not a penny, Senator Dunn. Unfunded pension liability. And worse, Senator, in 2002, when they changed the pension law in the country, NWC was excluded. You know who was the government then? Not the JLP, the PNP. They excluded the NWC, so the guys are not even contributing to their pension. It's an unfunded pension liability, and your back, all of our backs. Doesn't make sense. Mr. President, both the macro and micro indicators are positive. Just in case they miss my notes, Mr. President, I'm going to repeat it. Both the macro and microeconomic indicators are positive. The one that cheers my heart most is the revelation that unemployment at 8.4% is the lowest in 10 years, and it is falling. Their favorite pollster their favorite pollster, Mr. President, tells us that consumer confidence and the corporate business confidence is at the highest since their taking records in 2001. Mr. President, when we hit and rip up the record in 2016, we said, boy, how we going to better that? Well, the builder and in plan. This year, confidence, corporate confidence, and the confidence that is really striking is the one from the corporations, Mr. President, that said, we're so confident. 70% of them said we are going to invest more in Jamaica because we believe in what's going on. Look at the graph that I circulated, Mr. President. I went to NCB in 2002. You see a high point in 2004. We took the share from 5.5 to 31.7. For 11 years, it meandered around that below 31.7, even down to 13. You look at the graph I send you. When you look at S&P, you look at Warren Buffett's company and the rest of them, NCB took off. Now, why I say that? Look at when it took off. 2016, I left in 2004, but I changed the ethos. But you know something, Mr. President, Patrick Hilton and Dennis Cohen have done an extraordinary good job, which I said last year, and I'm happy to repeat this year, because you know what? I hope many people, many of them over there are some of the 30,000 shareholders that NCB has. Hey.
Very weak response. Very deep.
Mr. President, the time being now 1:20, can we move that the time for the Senate to sit be extended beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
So, Mr. President, the economic indicators are extremely good. Consumers anticipate, according to Don Johnson, Don Anderson, why they feel so good is because they anticipate more job growth under the Andrew Holness administration. Mr. President, I want to refer to my notes. Consumers also have a positive view of the economy driven by their perception of jobs being created. That's up by 20%. And their confidence in the government's efforts and initiatives according to the JCC report. That's a quotation. That's why I have to refer to my notes. Mr. President, that is not a press release from Belmont Road, and it is certainly not a report from Old Hope Road. Mr. President, it is a report from the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, prepared by Don Anderson. That, Mr. President, is heart-warming stuff. When Andrew Holness, as our new, most honorable Prime Minister, took over government, he established a ministry which he would lead and champion. He did not name it just economic growth. He was particular to name it economic growth and job creation. And that, Mr. President, when you see what is happening with the 8.4% unemployment rate falling constantly, you know that his movement, his dream, is being realized. Mr. President, under Andrew Holness' hand, the economy continues to produce jobs. continues to produce taxes. Let us not forget that Audley Shaw stood up right there, so, and hold up the pink paper and say no new taxes after we gave 1.5 million break. You remember that story? After 60 billion taxes in 4 years, no new taxes in 14 years. That is bringing growth, Mr. President, and that growth warms our hearts, Mr. President. There's also a broad raft of good news. Inflation is low, Mr. President. So low, in fact, that the Bank of Jamaica has to be out there explaining why so low inflation is a difficulty, a bit of a difficulty. For 40 years, all Jamaicans here is high inflation is bad. Okay, so here you now have the Bank of Jamaica looking at an inflation rate that is so low that they have to go out and explain it. We are blessed, Mr. President, in that the NIR is at $3.2 billion. We have enough to handle it, or handle whatever comes at us. Our debt stock keeps dropping. It's now, I would imagine, by the time Minister Clark announces in March, it will be below 100%, coming from 147%. Fitch Rating Company has just upgraded us from B to B+, and I understand there are more upgrades coming. The builder is building through a responsible government. Somebody mentioned about economic growth and how many quarters. Well, listen to this and hear me well. The current Jamaica Labour Party administration is the only administration that has delivered 11 consecutive quarters of GDP growth if you look at administrations for the past 21 years. I quoted a statistic. The JLP has delivered 2.5 times the rate of economic growth in a mere 3 years compared to what the PNP did for 4 years. But it's the stock market, Mr. President, that is always, for all those who don't really subscribe to a market economy, they should probably listen a little bit more, because the stock market is the indicator of the confidence that people feel in an economy. When the stock prices go up, it's not about today. They're looking and say, we see the future and we're investing into that future, and the stock market rises. So I sent you around the stock, look at what has happened there. I put up the Nikkei for you. I put up the S&P. I put up Warren Buffett's stock, but I also look at other indices that we look at, Shanghai and so on, the Shanghai Composite, and you can see the Jamaican stock market for the last 5 years has been outperforming all of them. This is what Andrew Holness said, that you can't take away the incentive from the junior stock market and believe it's going to grow. And this junior stock market has grown tremendously. Over those 3 years, the whole JSE has risen over 300%, while none of the others have come near to 100%. So we see that our stock market is doing extremely well. But you know what? I wanted to talk about going inside that wealth. Just before I close, Mr. President, because, I also want to eat lunch. We want to look at how much money that stock market has brought in terms of IPOs and so on. And if my colleagues will just allow me to quote the statistics to them, because they're important enough to look at how much capital was raised. The total capital raised on the JSE via IPOs increased by a factor of 50 times, from just over 400 million at the beginning of 2015 to over 21 billion at the start of 2019. The sum represents the aggregate of stocks that were both fully and oversubscribed. There are lots more. The market capitalization of the Jamaica Stock Exchange rose by more than 5 times, from under 300 billion at the beginning of 2015, your year, to over 1.6 trillion at the beginning of 2019. The largest yearly increase occurred between 2018 and 19. That's last year, during which the market cap grew by over $400 billion in our stock market. So we look at what's happening in our state of the woods, and you look at subscriptions. Subscriptions are up, stock prices are up. Yes, we have. If you just notice, Mr. President, he can look in the press and see what the Minister of Health and Foreign Minister did yesterday with the High Commissioner. That's our work, and some of what you do in diplomacy, you don't talk about. So don't worry. Keep a look. So you will see that from where we're looking at, Mr. President, you have Indus Pharma, oversubscribed by 250%. You have Elite Diagnostic, oversubscribed by 750% in a market economy. Now, some people might not agree with that, but investors like it. Okay, iTech, oversubscribed by 300%. And you know, Palace Amusement Company, NCB, Kingston Wharf, off the charts. Look at the numbers I just sent you. Even beating Morgan Stanley and everybody. You see this lovely graph? Take a look at it. So now, Mr. President. No. This is the graph about the shares. That's about the market. I'll come across and show it in a little more detail shortly. Mr. President, almost everyone can feel, Mr. President, the economy is doing well and getting better. Confidence is high. And the economic fundamentals are solid and getting stronger by the month. But we have more serious work to do. We're not taking this for granted. We face challenges in many areas, Mr. President, but the Andrew Holness administration has followed responsible policies which are spreading prosperity to many Jamaicans. Mr. President, the economic performance under the guidance and leadership of the builder, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, is positive, job-creating, and really heartwarming, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. May it please. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Knight, you want to speak?
Yes, I want to participate in the station. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. On one side, everything is going well. On the other side, some things are going well, but some things are not. And I say to myself, which side should I follow and agree with? And I conclude that there has to be some sincerity and objectivity when one side says some things are going well and some are not. Sounds sincere. And when I hear that everything is going well and I go out into different areas in the country and I hear the cry of some, I say to myself, but there has to be insincerity that colors every utterance of those who say everything is going well. And those who say everything is going well, in a sense, lack ambition. Lack ambition. They don't have it within themselves to strive for better. They don't. And when I listen to my senatorial colleague, Senator Alvin Hill, and I said to myself, you know, Senator Hill must have striven over years and must have recognized some faults and errors in himself and sought to do better. And when I read the report of the Office of Contractor General, and I saw how you responded to the leader of government, of opposition businesses' comments on corruption, I notice you have not moved. I notice you have not moved. Because from that report by the OCG, you should be in the forefront of the fight against corruption in this country. Having been described in the way in which the Office of the Contractor General, headed by Mr. Greg Christie, described your behavior as a public servant. I observed in your presentation that you're very personal. And I want to correct the record, because not only were you personal, but you had told some falsehoods. Let me assist you. This country has been having a difficulty with murders since the 1970s. And in that period, I think it was 1976, the government of the day instituted a state of emergency. I think it was 150 murders committed at the time, and instituted the gun court, and instituted the Suppression of Crime Act. Those were regarded as draconian measures, and I recall that the gun court at the time was painted red, and the Prime Minister of the day said it's red because it dread. And one of the features of the gun court was that the sentence imposed for anyone convicted was indefinite detention, a draconian sentence. The Privy Council had cause to set that aside in that the resident magistrates who then presided did not have the jurisdictional competence to impose such sentences. There's something we must learn from the past. I am not one of those sycophantic followers. My leader can say something with which I disagree. And having sat as Minister of National Security for almost 13 years, I recognize that draconian measures don't work. Don't work. So if my present leader had said that words to the effect that draconian measures were needed, I don't agree. I don't agree. On that side, they seem to believe that draconian measures are not needed. Draconian measures are needed. They're not sure what is needed. They are in a state of constant flux because they have not settled on a position. And so, what has happened now is that the state of emergency has become the, not primary, the sole crime-fighting tool for the government. In the sole crime-fighting tool for the government insofar as murder is concerned. It can't be right. And what I find so odd is that there is a recognition that what has really caused the state of emergency to work is that we have in various communities an influx of security personnel, a saturation of the areas. So if you have a saturation of the areas, then it does not need the draconian aspect of a state of emergency. It stands to reason. But if you impose a state of emergency and you don't put police and soldiers there, you think it would work? It can't work. So what one has to do is look at what is it that works. What is it? And I've been asking for some time now. Please, don't just depend on a state of emergency and politicize it. Politicize it. The opposition didn't support it, and so the opposition therefore crying. I've heard that in another country, and it sounds so ridiculous. I will signal my position from now. if another resolution is brought here to impose a state of emergency, I am not voting for it. I'm not doing it. This government must understand that to fight crime requires a thought process, and it requires short-term, medium-term, and long-term measures. It cannot be purely short-term, and it cannot be simply long-term. But in fighting crime, you have to work to a plan. If you don't have a plan, you know you're going to fail. Senator Auburn Hill made a statement that my crime plan in my time failed, and so I was a failure as a minister. Well, that assessment coming from him doesn't trouble me. Had it come from another source with greater credibility, I would have been affected by it. He then says that the crime plan of then Minister Peter Phillips failed, and so did the crime plan of then Minister Bunting. Let me just tell you something. When I became Minister of National Security, it was a period of the greatest number of deportations from United States, UK, and Canada. And one of the things that why we had those deportations was that that was a crime fighting strategy in those countries. They were deporting persons of Jamaican heritage back to Jamaica to fight crime in their countries, so that what we were getting were persons who were charged, convicted, suspected of criminal activity. And we took steps. That's when we passed what was the deportee legislation to monitor. That's when we started the National Firearm and Drug Intelligence Center, because coupled with the deportees, we had a real problem in relation to drugs. That's when cocaine was at its high point in passing through our shores, going to the United States. That's when ganja exportation was high. That's when Air Jamaica planes were being seized in the United States. I had to go up there to negotiate release with the Customs Department. 1 month after I took over as minister, 1 ton of ganja earmarked to go on an Air Jamaica flight found in the hangar in Montego Bay. That's how we started the Port Security Corps. That's how we started the Port Security Corps. So we had a real problem. Today, we have another problem in terms of scamming. But, you know, let me put it this way. In 2016, we had 1,350 murders. I suppose one would have to say under a failed minister. In 2017, we had 1,644. I suppose we would have to say under a failed minister. In 2018, we had 1,287. I suppose we have to say under a successful minister. Tell the Jamaican people that in our society we have reached the point where when we have almost 1,300 persons murdered, we regard that as a success story. That is an ambitionless approach. What I want to hear from Senator Auburn Hill. I want to hear from Senator Auburn Hill. If during the period February 14, 1989 to October 31, 2001, if during that period there was ever a time when murders reached 1,287, which is your successful year.
But you compared back. What you did? Then tell him they should not.
Those were, you say you have read it in the Miami Herald. Quite frankly, I don't know whether or not you have read it. But I will tell you this. In my final tour of police stations in October 2001, what I said in Orocabessa was that we had the major crimes under control. Those kept going down, down and down. I said that my regret was that as minister, I did not find the policy mix which would have made the impact on the reduction of murders as I would have wanted. And I still feel that way. I still feel that way. I don't think that we have the luxury of really coming into this Senate and boasting about murders at 1,300. It is a callous approach to human life. It's a callous approach. It's a callous approach. The statistics are there. Go look at them. Go look at them. I'm sure you would say that what the Contractor General wrote is not true.
No, irrelevant.
Is irrelevant? It is not. It's not irrelevant because this is the point, and I am happy you said it. I am happy you said it. It cannot be irrelevant to be regarded as corrupt.
That's right.
The entire cabinet in 2013 was referred by OCG as corrupt.
No.
The entire
No. Well, okay. So fine. So fine. So let us look at that. Let us look at that. If the entire
Why is the flashlight on?
Take a picture.
He's recording.
And record it.
Why is the flashlight on?
I'm taking the speaker
On the cell
photograph.
phone.
Why?
Is this allowed, Mr. President?
It's a mistake, man. Go ahead.
A mistake?
The photograph is taken.
It has been happening for a long time.
Based on the contract, based on the contractor general's report, to say it was a mistake, I do not accept. The flashlight, I don't accept your statement that it was, based on how the contractor general assessed you.
Did the contractor general say he shouldn't sit on any boards?
Yes.
In the public bodies? Did the contractor general say that? How have you reported? Yeah.
But it you're the part of my Herald.
So, what I can say is this. Am I proud and happy about my tenure? Am I happy about the number of persons who were murdered during my tenure? No. Am I happy that effort was made? Yes. Yes. Effort was made, and I want Senator Auburn Hill to look at those 12 years, and he may very well find that the aggregate over those 12 years would have been surpassed in 5 years. In 5 years. 5. So, you careful how you throw in stones. But I want to go back to this 2013 thing. It said, okay, fine, the entire cabinet was corrupt. That's what you're saying. What are you saying? What you said?
It says the entire...
What you said, just tell me. Well, put it this way, but I don't need to depend on it. If there is a cabinet that is corrupt, then it behoves us to deal with it. It behoves us to deal with it because my position is unequivocal. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care which party you're from. What I care about is you must not be corrupt. That is why during my tenure on the leadership of Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, we joined the Inter-American Commission Against Corruption. And from it came the anti-corruption legislation. I remember the debate. In the debate, when I was dealing with a particular clause of unjust enrichment, I was opposed. And the then opposition brought somebody, a lawyer from the United States, to say that that couldn't pass in the United States. It would be unconstitutional. It wasn't. You know why I was so insistent on it? Because I had observed that there were politicians who rode motorcycles All them life. As them become MP, them a drive BMW. I observed the way in which their lifestyle changed. They couldn't go to any tailor in Jamaica again to buy a suit. They had to wear Armani. They had to wear Armani. Perhaps what has happened is that what we do is across the aisle. We say, oh, you have been more corrupt than others. Instead of insisting that the corrupt go to prison, during my you're talking during my tenure, a former minister of government went to prison. A former permanent secretary went to prison because there was to be no cover-up for any of them. And we come now today, and what do we have? We have a situation where I am sure you're going to hear how when your side was in, there was corruption. When is it going to stop? When will we find some balm in Gilead? Yes. That the corrupt be removed from any opportunity of becoming member of parliament, elected or senator appointed? That must be our goal. Not to cover up, not to not to talk about what used to happen, except for the purpose of ensuring that there is no repetition. That's what we need. That's what the people in Jamaica are looking for. They are sick and tired of hearing us quibbling across. We over here accusing you of corruption. You over there accusing us of corruption. They want to know when both of you are going to get together. When will both sides have the decency and the willpower to understand that corruption eats away at the fabric of the society?
Deny people hospital bed, deny proper schooling, deny roads. It won't come out, you will hear it. But I want to know when we will lock up the man from Petrojam.
I hear somebody saying now, traffic guru.
What is traffic?
And this, you know,
What is traffic guru? Yeah.
Traffic guru, I know a lot about, because I was a lawyer in this matter from inception, and I sat over there as a backbencher then and contributed in the debate when then leader Golding, sitting here, raised it. And my position has not changed. Neither has the position of the Director of Public Prosecutions. The position stated to the court was that the traffic bureau matter did not involve any corruption by local persons. That's what was said in the court before Mr. Lennox Campbell, and that was said before the full court and maintained to the Court of Appeal. The position was that Trafigura had breached the Dutch law by giving a political donation that had not been disclosed. That's that.
Senator Knight, is Senator Knight, am I wrong in saying that the matter is still before the court?
Yeah, but what
I just make an inquiry, you know.
Yes, it is still before the court, President, and I heed what you're saying, but just to make clear that I'm not arguing the traffic law, I was merely pointing out what was said in court, and therefore I am no more than a court reporter in this regard. But, there we go again. There we go again. What is clear in this exchange? What is clear in this exchange is the accusatory approach and the defensive approach. If Trafigura represented corruption, then we should be at one. It must stop. When are we going to learn that for the sake of politics, we can't just keep accusing each other, feel comfortable, and do little about it? When are we going to find a group of representatives in both chambers who are going to be saying, we're not putting up with it because we're sick and tired of walking on the streets, and people are saying politicians corrupt? It burns me to the soul when you walk out there and you hear people talking about politicians corrupt. I'm going to tell you a little story.
Senator Reid.
Mr. President, the members' time for speaking having expired, ask that the members' time be extended to allow him to complete his presentation within 10
Thank
minutes.
you. Those in favor? Against? Senator Knight.
Thank you. Thank you, President. I don't approve of the reaction, but I'm going to tell you, we're at a party. I was a minister, a friend of minister, and somebody at the party says, no politician corrupt. And my friend who was beside me box him, and says, tell me what corrupt act I have done. Tell me. Violent act. But what is pleasing is that him could do it and get away because nobody couldn't point a finger at him. When I was sitting over there piloting the anti-corruption legislation, Mutty Perkins got to kill me for a blessed memory, got to kill me for it. But I said this, I said the one time that the law should allow someone to kick another person is when that person call him corrupt and he's not. The law should allow you to be able to kick him. Because let me tell you something. This reputation, our integrity is important to us. It's important to us. You know how many people can't open their mouth and talk about things? Because they are compromised, they have something in the closet. They can't say anything. You know how many times we can't be honest about things because of that? So, if there is one thing we can achieve, let this body on both sides unite in a common purpose. A common purpose. That is to make sure, number one, that we are beyond reproach. Caesar's wife, like Caesar, must be beyond reproach. And then next, that we stop this approach of accusing, defending, accusing, and see how 21 of us can lock heads, minds, hearts, and approach to see if we can rid the country of corruption, and certainly corruption as it relates to the public service. To the public service. If we could commit ourselves to that, and the public could see a serious attempt at achieving it, we would be surprised at how the political process would be rejuvenated and come alive again, and how young persons would feel attracted to it, because they would feel they're coming into something pristine, not something dirty. No. So let's come in. Let us, I don't know if this is taken.
I wonder if you hear what Senator Knight is saying, Senator Brown. Everybody is ruminating on what the senior venerable senator is saying, and you're going down the same path that he's suggesting that we don't go down. No, I just look up venerable and I realize you could have used.
Look what's happening now.
Let's
Tell me how much you sell the place for. Tell me how much you sell the place for.
Let's look at it. I want us to commit ourselves, for example, at the party level. At the party level. Our party on this side, your party on that side. If we could come up, maybe, with a common approach as to selection of candidates. If there could be some objective panel that interviews every single one. We have an internal system but maybe it should be external to the political party. And then, you know, we do as best we can to ensure that persons who are entering the political arena, their antecedents don't show these corrupt tendencies. And so, for example, and here now, I'm not throwing any stones. In the Senate, would have the same thing, because the House has to be dealt with differently. But in the Senate, we have the same thing. If you have traces of corruption in your past, you can't be a senator. Simple. Simple. We have to reach a stage where the society believes that there is a certain purity amongst us. If they don't feel that way, it can't work, because a corrupt parliament, a corrupt public sector can't fight corruption. A corrupt police force can't fight corruption. And yet we bleat about it, we talk about it day in, day out. Let us commit ourselves now to some real action to prevent it. I had not intended to have made any contribution in this debate. I was moved when Senator Auburn Hill moved me from my slumber. And I will tell Senator Auburn Hill this. Senator, I did my best. I did my best. I tried to work with the states, bodies, and I tried to work with the communities through Neighborhood Watch and community consultative committees to see how we could bring about a culture change. Because unless there is a culture change, only the sycophants and the ambitionless are going to be citing some outrageous statistics as a sign of success. Success must now become real, and it can only become real if the people of Jamaica buy into what is being done. And the people of Jamaica can only buy into what is being done if they know what is being done.
No disclosure.
And so, President, I thank you and I thank my colleagues for the opportunity to have expressed myself. I didn't prepare. I came here to listen. You on that side have my pledge that any action that you propose to fight corruption, that I will consider every word and use my best judgment to determine whether to support it or not. And if I do not support it, it is not based on any political allegiance. And if I support it, it's not based on political allegiance. What it is based on is my fervent desire that we, as identified politicians, can walk around this country with dignity and our heads held high, and people don't get an opportunity to tar brush us. It sickens the heart and the spirit. It dampens one's desire to participate. And what we want is persons involved in the process. That's how our democracy will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Knight. Senator Morrison, to close the Senator Morrison, you are rising to close the State of the Nation debate. It would be remiss of me, however, not to point out that I hope that this year we will have this debate, starting perhaps earlier and finishing at a more appropriate time than 1 week before the prorogation of Parliament. But that's just an observation. I was talking to one of the clerks today, and it's not 1 and 2 times that this debate has never been closed over the period of time that the Senate meets. So, you know, we need to start a bit earlier and try and close it properly.
Mr. President, as I rise to close the State of the Nation debate, I must comment that it has been an electrifying and edifying State of the Nation debate for this season. Mr. President, I am especially pleased with Senator Hill's presentation, as he has put the status of the nation fully in focus. Mr. President, I thank Senator Hill for his defense and justification of the hard work of this administration. Mr. President, I refer to the State of the Nation debate as a convention of great minds on both sides. We must commend the hard-working members of the cabinet for their leadership in moving Jamaica forward. And of course, we thank Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, for his continued vigilance in moving this country from poverty to prosperity. Builder number 10. Strong Wi-Fi, yes. Mr. President, challenges there are. I don't understand why you are so upset when they hear the name of our leader, you know. We over this side, we don't even know who your leader is. We are seeing so many faces. We don't know, we don't have a semblance as who. But that's okay. We don't know if it's Udanian or Bunting or PJ, or we don't know. We don't want to know. Mr. President, challenges there are, as Senator Williams mentioned, and he has thoughtfully stated. But what is good is that this government is committed to constantly improve the quality of service that they give to the people of Jamaica who richly deserve it. the achievements of this wholeness-led administration the achievements are undeniable. Everywhere we go, the sentiment is the same. This a government, a work. For the first time, we have seen a government serving us. We are feeling their presence on the ground in our communities. That is the action that matters. Jobs. Mr. President, Senator Crawford mentioned that youth ought to be the center of development. And I was happy to note that this government has not only considered that this is what ought to happen, but this government has put the support in place to ensure that our young people are well positioned for the future. We give them hope. Senator Ruel Reid has been most impressive in leading the Ministry of Education. We like that you have put as priority an increased focus on early childhood education. Through the 0 to 17 strategy, the government has provided funding for students at the secondary level to complete years of schooling to exit with an associate degree. We are hearing an announcement that 17 new schools will be built. A focus on education, Mr. President, because this is what is needed to break the cycle of poverty. Mr. President, we must invest heavily in educating the children. I am of the view, Senator Charles, that if we should focus on building from the ground up as it pertains education, ensuring that every child gets gets a good education. Every child goes to school because every child can learn and must learn. We will feel the difference in our country. If not in the immediate short term, years from now we will see Jamaica a better place, a more wholesome place. The country stands to benefit, and I thank you, Senator Reid. I'm especially sympathetic to single parents who find it hard to buy the uniform, to buy the books, to pay the small fees. And no matter how you may have both parents working, it is still sometimes a challenge, especially when it's back to school. And thank you, Senator Reid, for the intervention, but we must continue to find ways to make a difference. When you talk to those single mothers, they will tell you that it's hard sometimes. It is hard to send them out every September. I want to see great support with textbook. I remember as a child growing up at the school, they used to have the fabric that they cut and you get the free books. We must put as priority investing in education, investing in youth, investing in development. Mr. President, Senator Lambert Brown, we agree that corruption must be tackled. We agree that if this isn't the posture of government, it will place a stranglehold on development. We know the Senator Webby also very clearly expressed this view. But Senator Braham was most balanced in the approach, where he said that if there is evidence of corruption, and I'm hearing Senator Knight echo the same sentiment, we must not make a political game of it. We must deal with it.
So whether we need to terminate people's service, whether they need to go before the court, whatever strategy, whatever steps as may become necessary to tackle corruption, it must be evident on both sides of the divide that we are united. But I'm also of the view that you can't stand in my neck on the one hand, and on the other you're asking for conciliation. Absolutely. It can't be. There must be a partnership. There must be a partnership. Right? You can't stand on my neck, yet you're asking for conciliation when we are going to remind you the issue that Jamaicans have, you know, Senator Charles, the issue that Jamaicans have. It's a posture. It's a posture. Mr. President, corruption it's not a 2016 phenomena. And I was asked, why were you laughing? I have to laugh when I hear the hypocrisy of the opposition. The hypocrisy of the opposition. The only time they appear to be willing to concede, to say, let's come together, let's work together, it's when they are reminded of the scandal. That's what we see play out here. And Mr. President, we do not want what we want the opposition to be saying. We do not want you to be perceived as the way that we were perceived by the Jamaican people. We want to see that. We want to hear that kind of preamble before the talk about corruption. And I'm going to repeat, you can't on the one hand, you would rip the government apart. You would stand in our throat. But when we remind you, you are willing to extend the hand. Let us have that partnership for the fight against crime and corruption.
Good talk, good talk.
Mr. President, I want to move to another area of concern. I want to talk about the children who perished in the fire in Gransped. And Mr. President, it is heart-rending. And we use this platform to extend condolences to the grieving family and community. But so many of our children die or are seriously hurt within their homes. And this is a call for us to become more mindful about creating safe spaces, not necessarily in reference to that incident, Mr. President, but generally speaking, as a nation, we need to become more concerned about creating safe spaces and safe environment for our children. Now, Senator Gale, one of my friends called me and said, you see that mother or whoever was in charge of those picnic, they must lock them up. And while in some cases, we know that it's a matter of negligence. Here's something that Senator Crawford mentioned about that lady who beat her daughter with the cutlass. Yes, in St. Thomas. The desire to have an understanding of the culture and the socio-economic reality. It isn't that many of these parents are bad. It isn't that they are cruel, why they may leave the child alone in the home. Many times those parents gone look it for the very children, right? So they are often absent because, listen, I have to go out there to earn that bread to take back home. So we are looking at a bigger issue here, an issue where we have to talk about serious intervention, helping single parents, and making a difference, real difference in the lives of people. Senator Scott Motley, I remember on one occasion here you said that one of the best ways to impact people's lives is by changing the conditions in which the condition in which they live. And I consider that statement to have been so profound, because I believe that the housing situation where many of our children are living, it's inimical to their very growth and development. It is something that we must take into consideration when we consider our children who are our future. The time has come, Mr. President, for us to embrace the fact in a meaningful way that a child's immediate surrounding impacts his or her outcome. I like that the government is focusing on housing, and especially housing opportunities for the poor. Yes. Mr. President, I move quickly. I want to talk about tourism a bit. Tourism was an area cited as a pearl of achievement for the nation. In fact, we have copped many enviable awards, and we must commend the Honorable Minister for doing an excellent job in tourism. Mr. President, there, however, ought to be a connection between a booming tourist industry and food on the plates of the Jamaican people. There must be. I believe strongly, Senator Webby, in tourism linkages. Our people cannot be left behind. It has to benefit them. It is our Jamaica, and tourism is you, it's me, it's our visitors, it's everyone who comes here. So, Mr. President, I believe in putting that money on the table for the people of Jamaica. It can't be that we work them for little or nothing. It can't be that they are in situations where they are abused. It can't be, if we are to listen to the rumors out there, that what they get is a little bit more, right? A little bit more than what you'd consider menial. It's like slave work, according to some of them unconfirmed stories. It cannot be that we have these grand announcements and our people are not fully feeling the prosperity. Prime Minister Andrew Holness wants every Jamaican to get a slice of the tourism pie. And the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We must find ways to make tourism inclusive and beneficial to all the people of Jamaica." This is the Prime Minister. The Honorable Prime Minister continued, "The strategy must ensure that there is connectivity with the rest of the economy. Employ more Jamaican entertainers, more craftsmen and women, put our people in the package, and in doing so, our creative industries will be in constant demand." What a conscientious Prime Minister. Yeah. And on that note, Mr. President, I make mention of the Cabinet approval of $1.29 billion for the closed harbor beach park, called Dump Up Beach by most. This project will boast world-class recreational space, free access licensed public beach and recreational space. Jamaicans deserve to enjoy public beaches, access to our rock. Yes. But Mr. President, this also broaches the sensitive topic of how Jamaicans treat public spaces. Sensitive topic. And I'm going to use this platform to urge Jamaicans. We want to have pride in our country, pride in taking care of our environment. Jamaicans are generally clean people. When you go into their home, the home clean, spick and span. They don't even wear shoes in their home. But that same Jamaican will go on the road and drink from a carton and throw it down. We can't have this happening. You go into a restroom, you must think, I'm going to leave it in a better condition or in the same condition that I saw it. We have to develop that culture as a nation where we take care of public spaces. Yes. Protection of the environment is an international discussion and also a feature of a modern society, a society that fully understands the value of sustainable development. I commend Senator Matthew Samoda on a timely motion to ban the use of styrofoam and single-use plastic. I must say that Jamaicans, for now they'll miss the scandal, right? But they appreciate the significance of taking care of the environment. Senator Samoda, big move, big motion, and believe me, Jamaica, we thank you for it and we are embracing it more and more. Mr. President, I cannot close this debate without talking again about crime and violence, and I use this platform to urge Jamaicans to respect the authority of the police. I urge Jamaicans to comply with a lawful order. Maybe it is, Mr. President, that we need to have ongoing campaigns where Jamaicans know what their rights are, or Jamaicans have a good understanding of what the law is. Because I suspect that in many cases, a significant number of our people may not fully know the law. We as parliamentarians, Mr. President, must lead by example in demonstrating that we are serious about fighting crime. In my view, a state of emergency or the state of emergency and other decisive crime-fighting strategies should have been employed in Jamaica from the murder rate was 100 per year. Yes. And in the right way. Mr. President, I am concerned that we are becoming too comfortable with crime. Almost as if crime is a resident. Mr. President, this administration is not comfortable.
Just because you can't act like
this administration is not comfortable. No, Senator Hill, you wouldn't catch me trying to rock and bounce and do all that. This is me, authentic me, and nobody can intimidate me.
that's right.
Because I am not known for dramatic pauses. Mr. President, back to the issue of crime and violence. I say to Jamaicans, we are not fighting. We are saying to Jamaicans, and let me read this now, like a recital. Mr. President, I'm going to say this like a senator who is my friend. I'm going to say it. We're not fighting a civil war. There is no religious war. There is no terrorist operation. We are not at war with another country. Let me get back to character. No, stay with me. But he's my friend. But Senator Motley, she quoted a poem. And Mr. President, I'm in support of the state of emergency. I am in support of any method that is going to break the back of rampant criminality. I support it. And I must repeat this poem. If we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunted and penned in an inglorious spot. If we must die, oh, let us nobly die, so that our precious blood may not be shed in vain. If we must die, let it not be at the hands of criminals. Yeah. Mr. President. Yeah. Mr. President. Yes, we'll be the first to admit that there are challenges. We are the first to admit that certainly there is room for improvement. We are the first to admit that yes, we will constantly put more in place for the people of Jamaica who deserve it, because we are fully committed to our promise to move this country from poverty to prosperity. Yes. Mr. President, we thank the Jamaican people for their patience, for their prayers, and even when they quarrel with us, Senator Matthew Samuda, Senator Longmore, it is because of the love, faith, expectation, and confidence that they have in this administration. Never before have they seen a government and a prime minister who work so hard for them. Mr. President, when it comes to putting the action in place to drive development, our Prime Minister, Andrew Michael Holness, a cha-cha boy, pure cha-chanism go on with, Mr. President. When it comes fixing road, building homes, creating opportunities for youth, quality education. He is big on investing in human capital. He is serious about moving this country from poverty to prosperity. Builder number 10. But, Mr. President, the opposition will not admit this, Senator Hill. The opposition will not admit this. You know why they will not admit this? Because the entire opposition seems to have taken the bird box challenge, where they are somehow, they are blindfolded. The bird box challenge was not meant to be taken so seriously, and in this regard, wake up, get out of it. Mr. President, Mr. President, we say, Mr. President, we say to our youths, yeah man, when it comes, and I'll repeat it, when it comes to growing this country, to developing this country, to giving people hope, to giving people opportunity, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, 5G LTE strong Wi-Fi at Chachaboy. And we say to our youths, believe in yourself. Use the opportunities that are available to you. Go listen to the song. Use technology for good. This is what I want to say to young people. Use the technology for good, not to bully. And Senator Brown, I don't know how many of us really go on the ground, go on the corner and talk to the people, but Senator Samuda, the men have a board that they play domino on. You know that board? They might play the domino on it, the ludi, whatever it is. But that board has a border. And only certain things can happen on the board. No. For Andrew Holness, what he wants on the board, wants skills, he wants academics, and he wants everything good on that board. Skill, academic, everything good on the board. And he's saying to young people, if there's anything that you want, prepare to work hard and honestly for it, because on that same board, US and Shearer stuck on the board. Even Manley is in 100 packed on that very board. So we are saying to you, our young people, have faith, work hard, and use the opportunities that are available to you. Mr. President, we say to all Jamaicans that if we work together in that partnership for prosperity, nowhere no nice like Jamaica. Nowhere no nice like Jamaica. Let us work together so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship and prosperity, and play her part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. May it so please you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, my colleagues.
No, let me see. Yeah, Mr. President, this may be a convenient time to urge a leader to recommit, ask for the recommittal of question time.
Yeah, there are two matters. Sorry. Thank you. Senator Reid, hold on a minute now, please. Thank you, Senator Morrison. Thank you, Senator Morrison. Senator Reid, there are two matters to be recommitted. Notice of motions given orally and questions and answers to questions. There were some issues outstanding on that. So I'm going to ask that the item notices of motions given orally be recommitted. First of all, those in favor? Against?
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, be resolved, with reference to the sessional select, joint select and select committees which are appointed in the current session of Parliament, and where these committees have not completed their deliberations, that in the new session of Parliament, the Senate be empowered to enable these committees to proceed with the issues referred to them from the stages reached before prorogation. Be it further resolved that the composition of these committees remain unchanged except where necessary by further motions taken and approved by this Honourable Senate. And be it further resolved with reference to the undermentioned motions which are included in the order of business in this session of Parliament, but for which deliberations have not been completed, that in the new session of Parliament, the Senate be empowered to proceed with them from the stage reached before prorogation. 1. The Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Scheme Investment Amendment Regulation 2019 Resolution under the Pension Superannuation Funds and Retirement Schemes Act, the Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity Attorneys at Law Order Resolution 2019 under the Terrorism Prevention Act. Private members, motion number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. For all matters referred to committees. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you, Minister. What we will do is, once I finish ask for the recommittal of questions, answers to questions, and I will recommit public business and take that motion. So the question is that the item questions and answers to questions be recommitted. Those in favor? Against? Okay. So I think everybody has gotten the answers now.
Yes.
So Senator Brown, I think you were in the process of asking a question.
The Minister follow. Minister, in respect to question 4, would the Minister please state the number of meetings, one, held in 2018, and the agenda issues of each meeting? That's the second part of the question. There's no report here on the agenda meetings, on the agenda issues. And I take it is because since 2018, there's been no meeting of the Public Sector Monitoring Committee. But in your answer, Minister, you said the following. No meeting of the PSMC has been held during 2018. Shame. Due to the protracted wage negotiations, you say. But how can it be, Minister, that the wage negotiation with the bulk of the public sector workers they were signed off on February 13, and Senator Gale was part of those signing it, February 13, 2018. How then can that negotiation be the reason in advance for no meeting since February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January 2019, and a body that is supposed to be meeting at least once per month? Is the Minister telling us the truth? Sanctioned by Cabinet in this answer, when the answer being advanced is because of protracted negotiations, which ended from February. Why can't we get the truth from the government? Why should the government mislead? Why should the government mislead?
You're asking a question.
That's what I'm asking. Why should the government mislead?
So the question
and
is,
not
why
tell
should
us
the government mislead?
Why should the government bring a non-disclosure? This is a non-disclosure agreement and approach. Why is the government hiding the fact that you have neglected public sector workers and their issues? And then come to us and tell us what is clearly not true, that it was protracted negotiation. It's time for the government to tell the truth. Stop covering up. Same thing at Petrojam. Shame on you.
And I said, don't respond. Do not respond because I don't hear a question. You have anything else, Senator?
Ask why the government not telling us the truth. Why are they lying in this document? Yes, why are you lying?
Senator, I'm not going to ask you to respond to that, you know.
Chairman, President, let me tell you what is clear. I submitted this question.
Senator Brown, with the greatest of respect, if you are serious about asking a question, you're asking the minister, why are you lying? That is not something that I can allow. Is he lying?
You mean I should ask him why is he dissembling?
Are you suggesting that he's lying?
Yes,
are you
that's what
suggesting
I'm
that
saying.
the minister has come here and lied?
I'm saying that if you tell me the reason why the Public Sector Monitoring Committee has not met, is because of protracted negotiations which ended in February 2018. That can't be the reason for no meeting. That cannot be the reason for any meeting. And the Cabinet has come here and has been mendacious.
Mr. President,
the Cabinet has come here and been mendacious. Same thing at Petrojam. Corruption and lying goes together.
Senator Brown, we get the point. You have anything else to ask?
Having been clear that this government is not going to tell the truth, I will not ask anything more on this point because I'm satisfied that they have determined to tell the people of Jamaica a lie, a big fat lie. They are mendacious.
Senator Reid, public business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it.
Mr. President, I now move that the motion for which I gave notice of earlier be now approved.
The motion moved by Senator Reid earlier be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. The other one thing else that I need to do is that the State of the Nation debate having been closed, it was on the following motion. Be it resolved that the Senate thank His Excellency the Governor General for his gracious speech delivered to both Houses of Parliament on the 15th day of February, almost a year ago, 2018, approve the plans and programs outlined in his gracious speech and place on record its appreciation for the performance of the government during the financial year 2017-2018. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Minister?
Mr. President, it's not proposed for us to do any further business today, and I now move for the sitting of the Senate sine die until further notice.
The question is that the sitting of the Senate be adjourned, and indeed that the Senate be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Against? The Senate stands adjourned.